It's odd watching other people's VODs sometimes and realizing that brief few moments of just someone staring out to the middle distance, sipping some coffee or slurping a soda, which I'm definitely not a fan of the soda slurp. Huh, super odd. Because the thing is, like, even at the speed of Twitch, only VOD watchers will see those first few seconds. So this one's to you, VOD Squad Masters. This is your secret little message. I see you. And I didn't slurp a soda. Now let's wait for the regulars to get on in. I can just rewatch the local 58 again, like 3 or 4 times. Kakazi, Ikaboons! What ho and welcome. Coming in, coming in. Yeah, Lance, back to back, 2 in a row. Let me update the boards. There's still a week and change, and there's everything to play for. Hey, Nick. Hi, Zev. Oh, that reminds me. Salen did send the... Hang on, no. Let me update the boards first. Okay. So, Lance, you are now at 2. Puts you middle of the pack. Verdant is at 6. Dustin's at 3. You and J Post are at 2. Could still turn it around. Nothing's locked in yet. But no, that reminds me, Sadlin sent me a thing about something. Novel Knight Syndicate is casting... Oh. Well, unless I rush out to that tomorrow, that's not happening. Oh well. Looks like I will not be crawling. Okay, coming in, friends, coming in. Let's let the Longshipian main know that we're going. Legend, Lance, Nick, Kakazi. What? Oh, and welcome. How are you doing? Ugh. PVS, I'm so sorry. Hopefully, with Bantamancy and with indie games, I can make things a little bit better. Now, have I fallen down a couple of different rabbit holes this morning, including the Backrooms ARG and new Local 58? Yes, I have. Yes, I have. I will say, friends, we've basically got 2 paths ahead of us today in terms of what we want to do stream-wise. Oh, shit. Hey, Nick, then touch wood, fingers crossed, mate. You know, you have us all cheering for you. The turnaround surprise is tomorrow. I'm actually the investor. Nah. Nick, one day, mate. One day. You know, again, I talked about it the other day. I'm glad that I didn't rush into the indie publisher thing that we were looking to set up, because that just would have left me with an insane amount of work and probably an impossible task. But one day, oh, maybe just Playsim can just hire me. Stepagen, Watto, and welcome. Coming in. I mean, PBS, I don't think that sounds like a horrible idea. I think that sounds great, and it might be the only way that I could ever get anything on this pasty, ghoulish flesh of mine. Hello, it's me, Mr. Video Game. I hear you wish to make one of me. I gotta start my book. Hi, I'm Will Overguard, and I invented all video games. Oh, PVS, for Corgo indeed. For Corgo indeed. So, friends, there's games banter to natter about today. Nothing too spicy. And it was quite funny to see everybody talking about the whole Troy Baker thing, like, a day after we talked about it. With one of the funniest ones being another individual who started in voice acting and game performance, who founded their own studio and made a game, saying like, "Oh, Troy, let me just give you a piece of advice. Don't do it." I mean, what's he gonna do? Troy can't even afford socks. How's he gonna fund the game? Oh, it's Ehrman. Yeah, I did forget about your uncle who worked at Nintendo, who did invent all video games. Oh, Catastros, Akari, Watto, and welcome. Coming in, friends, coming in. Alright, boards are updated. Bantamancy is loaded. And... and Nick, that's the play. That's the play.
Corgo for 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 Corgo for.
We haven't had a full Corgo in a long time. PBS, hell yeah, thank you. So yeah, let me let Blue Sky know what we're up to. DJ Coil, Watto, and welcome. I don't want to get too far into the game's newsosphere, because I know everyone's going to want either a catharsis-style vent or the Bantamancy. Rodso, Watto, and welcome. Keep forgetting that's there. Oh, yeah, and Rodso, I've been saying for a million years the goal was always to get back to noon starts. Now, will we be able to hang on to noon starts? Who knows? Oh, Nick. No, we're not boiling piss. We're laughing. We're fucking laughing. Hang on. All right, let me invite everybody in, because this one made me laugh so much. I just want to make sure we're getting the squad together first. God.
A stream at this time of day. Who are you? And what have you done to Will?
Look, I told you all. The goal was always to get my dumbass, like, bumping live at noon. Here I am. You get more time with me. Scotty, and Akari, and all of you. Just thank you. All right.
The rug store is proud to announce we got a newspaper column. It's barely supporting us. I think paper was a terrible idea for a structure.
That's very good. Very good. Catastro says, and I quote, I say this with gentle love and respect. I'll believe We're Back to Noon starts when you can pull it off for the majority of the month. You mean pulling it off once every 3 months and saying we're so back doesn't count as being so back? God, Oh, you're right. You're right. Me and Sleep have not been friends. And I did actually crash out last night, which I'm very grateful for. The night before, though, I had one of those where I went to bed at midnight, woke up at 2:30 and was like, oh, good. Ran dungeons until 5 o'clock in the morning. On a little kind of quasi-auto battler dungeon crawler that I've been really enjoying. But yeah. Rod said, Catastrophe, Scotty, Dustin, what?
Quick long ship survey. Where are we on horse puns? Yeah or nay?
Nah. I mean, they're fine. I just don't clop well with too many of them. No, Legend, I borrowed the sleep for like 2 hours. Shout out to Dragon Ruins 2 for keeping me from going completely insane in the dark. Scotty, I can imagine that falling asleep to Rain World definitely gives one some haunted fucking dreams. Yeah, DJ Coil, we're trotting out them puns. And again, PBS, seriously, thank you for the bits. Numbers, what? Oh, and welcome. Coming in, friends, coming in. Yo!
Test, test.
What the fuck? Fucking hell. Stepagen, sincerely thank you. Alright, I don't want to talk about money stuff because it's fucking scary and terrible. Know that in the by the peak school of mathematics, that is not $50. Thank you.
I think the problem with horse puns is once they start, you just get saddled with them.
That's actually very good. Thank you all. Alright? Thank you all. Oh shit! We have a train! Lovely, wonderful
Horse
happenstance.
puns. At this time of day, the gallop and audacity.
And Dustin, thank you as well. Fucking thank you all. It's gonna be a good day. It's gonna be a good day. Seriously. We've got games industry stuff to talk about, none of which is like super spicy, but there's definitely some fun things to pick apart. And what I did want to say today is that I thought we'd have a little discussion about what we want to do game-wise, because I've got 2 on the docket. Originally, I wrote that we were going to finish Replaced, and then do Beyond the Doors, which is kind of like a... It's currently in early access, and it's like a dinky Voices of the Void type game.
See? Just becomes a race. Look at chat, and they're off.
And they're off! The fact that there isn't a horse test race game where I can just put like 50 people into it. That's another one that's free on the table, friends. And it's genuinely disappointing that the cheese rolling game isn't good enough to do giveaways with. Alright.
We can't have Will identify the age of male horses. He just keeps going around pointing saying it's not a cult.
You know what? I can't hate that. That was very clever. I like to think that whenever you'll do puns with the Welsh guy's voice, it's like compensating for lag in video games. Compensating for Robo-Welsh. Seriously, what the fuck?
We took a survey of all our horses on site. We asked them if they were getting enough hate to eat. It was a close vote, but as always the nays did it.
Okay, that's very good. That's very good. That's very good. And Angel Kalina, thank you for the tiny bits as well. Like it all comes together. The reason I'm still fucking here. And Kadashros, that is a good point. Games that start with the word beyond tend to have a curse. Beyond Two Souls, Beyond Good and Evil. And those are the only two I can think of. No. Horse testicle race game? You mean Red Dead Redemption 2? No, Horse Test. If you never saw it, it was one of the few last good things to come out of Twitter. And I only saw it like third hand, because don't go on Twitter, it's a miserable place. But basically, it's random movement icons on a pre-drawn MS Paint track. And each horse moves in a random direction, and when it hits a collision, it then moves in a different random direction. The first horse to make it to the end of the track wins. And that's it. That's the whole thing. But it was one of those things that it was so stupid that people got very invested, started creating characters and backstory and lore for all these horses, and it exploded. To my knowledge, there hasn't been a horse race test game up on Steam. Yeah, Chonorus, like a less planned Blaze Ball. But yeah, same kind of thing. Okay.
Oh good, didn't miss the train.
No. And that's only because Stepagen's incredibly kind donation doesn't count towards train speed. Otherwise, it'd be fucking halfway to Bromley by now. And Scotty, essentially, yeah, in movement mechanics, it is a DVD screensaver on steroids. Sorry, friends. I'm still getting used to the new mic placement.
Does train need more zoom?
I don't know. Does train need more zoom? Do you need more healing? What the fuck? Thank you. Fucking thank you. And Vanderbeest, thank you for filling the pint glass. We had our first House Order, House Chaos fight yesterday in a long time, and it was extremely funny. Numbers was complaining the pint glass, or the bits in it, were obscuring the pips in Rain World. And me being a little shit stirrer, I was like, well, that sounds like a House Order, House Chaos problem. And so they took that personally. How many games start with Beyond in my list? Beyond Sunset, Beyond Galaxyland. Oh, Beyond the Steel Sky. There we go. That's one banger. Uncursed. This is Catastrophe with, hey, Will, I just get off the train the next station. Can we slow down? You know what? Never mind. Never mind. It is going faster. Oh, good. So, whilst the train careens forward, and we find ourselves getting into increasing levels of chaos, essentially, yeah, today we have the choice. We can start with either and rotate to the other, but we have the back half of Replaced, the game we were playing last week, and we have Beyond the Doors, which is, yeah, Voices of the Void if you were in a brutalist apartment complex. So instead of listening to aliens, you place like listening devices around the complex and stuff like that. Catastros, I don't need to imagine it. I've lived it. And I still don't have the Thomas the Tank Engine game, which does look good. Bruler's apartment complex? I'm already there? Question mark? Yeah, sorry about that, Rod, sir. I haven't spoken to the devs behind it, Dream Error. But yeah, I think they might have used your apartment building without permission. So I don't know where that falls on the whole scale. Oh, it's good to see you all. Watto and welcome. Once the train is concluded, we will talk video games. Oh god, Tides of Tomorrow dropped today? Oh, it's positive, but it's not picking up. God, I'm so fascinated with Tides of Tomorrow. I don't think it's going to drop. I don't think it's going to hit. Anyway, we'll talk about that in a sec. Sorry, I was looking at the new releases. Obviously, Vampire Crawlers is the big one, which has done stupid numbers in a day, shocking no one. And Kakazi's voting new one first, so if it doesn't pop up, we can switch off to the one we know is good. Actually, that's not a bad shout. I couldn't get a sense of the vibes today. You know, one of the difficult things about scheduling those video games is that it's really hard to predict how a week is going to be and what kind of games we might need or want. You know, there are certain games that I know just aren't going to land. Like, I found, I think it was from a conversation Jess and I were having, but like, I've been getting back into my obsession with the concept of good old Fear and Hunger. Because I realized that when I tweak some of my Steam settings, it no longer shows up. But that is not... That's a game that needs literally every content warning. But it is so... It's one of those games that, in terms of its execution from a technical standpoint, it's very easy to understand. But in terms of what it does, it is very unique. Yeah, it is an unkindness, intentionally so. Not... Yeah. That is not a game I will be streaming for you all. Don't worry. You know, I couldn't lol ruffle mouth through all of that. And friends, that was a level 3 train. The trains have not run as frequently, and I completely understand why. But I am as grateful for even like the tiny little moments as the huge days of yore that we've had in past. So, like, all of you, thank you. Seriously. Like, seriously. If you haven't heard of it, so Fear and Hunger plays like a classic, you know, RPG maker with extra steps JRPG. It is incredibly brutal. When I say every content warning, I mean every content warning. To say that it is inspired by Berserk would be to do it a disservice. But the things that I'm obsessed over is the idea of the dungeon as a truly nightmarish spot. You know, that there is this dungeon, it delves deep into the earth, and there are unknowable things within it. I don't know, it's a concept that I've been kind of obsessed with. There was a concept I was working on a friend with, which was, I don't know, like the archaeology elements of Made in Abyss. And like, I love Delicious in Dungeon, and I love the idea of something like that where the further down you get, you know, the more the quote-unquote system breaks down. But Delicious in Dungeon isn't supposed to be a brutal survival conversation. But I did resonate with Made in Abyss rather well, like the true horror of dungeon delving in ways you cannot know. Oh yes, and Chonrus is correct that Fear and Loathing 1 has coin flip mechanics where you can just fucking die. Or you can... a bad thing can happen so bad that it breaks your run. Yeah, no, Maiden Abyss is so good. Ironically, the game the game wasn't bad. It's just the game wanted you to play the story, which it didn't live up to. But the side story, like the make your own kid who delves into the dungeon, was really good. Anyway, sorry. I didn't mean to bring us onto to heavier topics. It's just like Fear and Hunger is one of those titles which I would not put on the schedule because y'all don't need that level of stress on a fucking Wednesday afternoon / evening. But then we have two different vibes. So like, if you didn't see it last week, we played Replaced. It's very good. It feels like one of those huge cinematic blockbusters of the time of yore, but much more cleverly put together. God, the lighting in it was absolutely gorgeous. But it is it's a cyberpunk story about bringing down an evil capitalist regime. Except for this capitalist regime is all about selling your body parts. It's a lot. Beyond the Doors is slow, methodical. It's eerie, but not scary. You know what I mean? If you've seen or played Voices of the Void, you know the vibe, right? It's a great game to just sit and natter with because there's lots of like menial tasks and setting stuff up. But it uses that ultra slow pacing to build this really unique surrealness. I guess okay, if you haven't seen it, Dan Jones has played a fuck ton of Voices of the Void. Like, that is the person to go talk to about it right now. I will definitely play it when it drops on Steam. I'm always hesitant to do anything involving itch.io just for, basically safety reasons. itch.io does not have any kind of like, what's the term? Oh my god, Coffee, do your job! Game what have bad stuff in it protection thing. Yeah. Smart brain. Smart brain's out tonight. So I'm always a bit hesitant to do things around like games that are only available on itch.io. Yes. Now it doesn't mean that titles don't sneak past Steam sometimes, but okay. Alright, so game news. Banter. I got you. Coffee does its job when Numpty pays coffee living wages. I bought the coffee. I will consume it. Shout out to the extremely affordable brand of coffee that I drink on the regular. So, I mean, we can do some of the quickfire stuff that's not really massively important. It has been interesting with Yoshida, used to be head of PlayStation. Ex-president of PlayStation, has been like doing the conversational circuit, and has just been talking super openly about how much of a shit show a lot of Sony stuff is behind the closed doors, which I don't think surprises anybody, but it's still like, wow, they must have really burnt you on the way out, or you just don't give a fuck. Because, I mean, you see it a lot with pasty white guys who get promoted above their competency. When they quit big corpo roles, they tend to do the runs of being like, oh no, fuck them, fuck those guys. But for a gentleman of the Japanese games industry to go on such a like, nah, I'll talk about anything. Oh, boy howdy. I did see the 2 individuals suing Nintendo over the tariff refund situation. Whether that happened or not, I don't know, but these are 2 individuals versus Nintendo's army of lawyers who are probably itching for a fight after the whole Pal World incident. The Dead by Daylight folks got rid of yet more people. Ubisoft cancelled their Animal Crossing like. Oh, now here's one that made me real happy. So, Toei, one of Japan's big media companies, not big media like ugh, but big media like oh. God, where do you even begin to say like Toei are responsible for so much media? If you've not heard of them before, all right, come on, brain. I really need you to be doing your thing today. Because Toei, I want to say, is Godzilla. Okay. But yeah, so Toei was responsible for Kamen Rider, Super Sentai, what are some of the big ones? Okay. Toei owns Toei Animation, which is famous for Dragon Ball, Sailor Moon, One Piece. You know, just a couple of small little things. Toei are going to be starting their own games publishing label, which is very smart. Now, will they have the agility to be able to make games in the current climate, or will they be looking to just pick up Japanese titles and publish them? Who knows? Like right now, the Japanese games industry is poised to have their next big boom. There's too many barriers between the Chinese games industry and the rest of the world for any of their more unique and interesting things to really break out. China is just going to dominate the online games industry for probably the next 10 years. The way in which they make games, while I may disagree with it, they can produce more content for any live service titles than anyone else right now. So they just get to take that. You know, if you're looking at the big single player AAA story success stories of this year, hi Capcom, how's all that money? We're not even halfway through the year. Pragmata is doing money hand over fist. Resident Evil Requiem sold I have a post-it note about it over here. All copies. Gaben begged them to stop selling. And Leon Kennedy went no. So now is a smart time for Toei to get into games publishing. The Japanese indie scene has been booming. Well, okay, no. The Japanese indie scene has been a very underground setup. Bit Summit and things like that have kept it together. And not a lot of English language and European publishers have seen too much value in publishing Japanese indie titles in the same degree. You know, predominantly because of the cost of localization. So Leon Kennedy and his complete disregard for bicycle physics. Scotty, fascinating. So that was one of those little ones that I wanted to highlight. I guess it's one of those days where the whole thing around Troy Baker saying he wants to make a game studio is one of those ones that always annoys me because, as I said yesterday, I got no real feels on it. If he wants to make video games, fucking good on him, right? It is not an easy path. I was frustrated because it's that thing of when people reach a level of fame where they can just say something on a whim, and not only is it news, but it's also the discourse the next day. You know, I'd like to make a video game again. I'd quite like to make several video games. So Catastros, I understand what you're saying, but Capcom are coming at it from a Japanese corpo point, and it's they always use kind of modest language. So that's That's the Japanese corpo equivalent of fuck yeah, we the goat, fuck yeah. The fact that it's a strong start also means that they have faith that Pragmata is going to keep selling. And, like, I'm not dismissing what you're saying. Like, any game selling 2 million copies in its first week is fucking phenomenal. We're looking at you, Windrose, you beautiful bastard. Oh, man. There are a lot of people who are at or have worked at Ubisoft who cannot say what they want to say about Windrose and are probably chewing the fucking furniture right now. Because Skull and Bones could have been that. It's all extremely funny. But yeah, the other kind of like, the Ponicle, the now team behind Vampire Survivors and Vampire Crawlers, have said that they are working on 15 titles all at once and will be opening studios in Italy and Japan. Now, opening a Japanese studio, assuming you have the people and the money, is smart. Whilst the... I don't want to call it xenophobia. Hey! Little fire! Watto and welcome. Yeah, I don't want to call it out and out, like, xenophobia. It's just back in the 90s and into the 2000s and so on. Okay, Little Fire can't hear us, so we just have to do emote waves. Bring your best beans. There we go. Japanese companies did not like dealing with international operations that didn't have an office in Japan. That was kind of one of those like known things. So opening one up there is fine. Italy's nice. Love the food. And I don't know what the economic stability of Italy is like right now, but it's a central spot in Europe that would be pretty easy to get European talent to, so it's not stupid. Well, and Genres, I was just thinking more from the biz dev setup. Like, RE9 and Pragmata have both sold great. RE9 has sold better faster than any Resident Evil game to date. And Pragmata is a new IP that is selling like hotcakes. Oh no, and Catastros, that's why I think it's important to clarify on this. Tomb Raider, the Tomb Raider 2013 reboot, which sold 7 million copies, and Square Enix described it as underperforming, came back from an era of insanity from Square Enix where their expectation on return for their AAA was unsustainable. Like, that's the point where we all started to talk about, like, hey, the way we're making AAA games can't continue like this. Like, what the fuck? And like, for those of you who weren't in yesterday, we talked about this a lot, about how like Square Enix look after Final Fantasy. If you are not Final Fantasy, you're going to have a shit time of it. And that really started with their third party, I shouldn't say third party, but their non-Japanese IPs that they were publishing for a good while. Square Enix also had a lot of duds during that time. Like, what was it? It wasn't Ghost Detective. Yeah. Oh, and you know what else we have to look forward to this year is a brand new Onimusha game, which I cannot fucking wait. You all don't know, I'm an Onimusha sicko. I played all 4 and the Smash Brothers Royale style Onimusha game. And look, I'm really sorry this is the way you had to find out, but I'm also a massive fucking weeb. I'm sorry you had to find out like this. Yeah. Well, so Nick, we were talking about it. Oh no, Dustin, not Ghost Trick Phantom Detective. Square Enix. It was a ghost detective game that was very bad. But yeah, so Nick, we were talking about it and just showing some of the titles that Square Enix has coming up that they have just not even begun to show any love for. And it's frustrating. But again, you can't fault them. I don't know. I was always a Capcom nerd, right? So I was definitely a fan of Square's like 16-bit era, the point where they could do no wrong. But I would not say that Square Enix are perfect and have no flaws. Yeah, Eraman, I'm sorry. I actually probably should have warned you and made you get the fainting couch first. That you had to find this out. But okay. Hang on. Let me make sure that you all can see it. I'll just bring this back. Like, Onimusha 3 is Miyamoto Musashi, and it's gonna be fucking cool. It's actually wild to think that, like Square Enix, well, Square, as they had to then become Square Enix after The Spirits Within, Capcom's in-house animation team were top class during the 2000s. We've kind of moved away from those, like, big in-house cinematics. I think Square Enix still has their own in-house animations team, like Blizzard and teams like that, but most of everybody else use, like, you get a third party to do your narrative CGI trailer, and then in-house will it be pretty much in-engine. Oh man, the RE engine just can't. The RE engine, it can't stop winning. Also, I do not know who that Samurai Markiplier lookalike is, but I'm so down for this. Anyway, sorry, I'm getting wildly off topic here. Yeah, and Nick, I mean, we're all, as I'm sure you know, we're all waiting to see what Gary's Mod 2 ends up doing. You know, because that one could be the slow burn game changer. Just because, like, sorry, if you're unaware of it, so it's currently called Essen Box, but in theory, it could be renamed Gary's Mod 2, and what it will end up being is very similar to, you know, the Gary's Mod of yore, except for you can export your creations as standalone games and then sell them. So if you make the next Prop Hunt, or you make the next Trouble in Terrorist Town, you can just sell that for money. And someone doesn't need Essen Box. They don't have to download Gary's Mod, because I don't know if you've all tried to play something like Trouble in Terrorist Town in the year of Miyamoto Musashi 2026. But it's a fucking shit show. And I keep thinking about, especially the Hidden, which dropped at just the right time for, like, the explosion around YouTube. Like, imagine if that had gotten just an indie release. That would have been a huge banger. You know? As we well know, the individual who made Lethal Company cut their teeth making Roblox stuff. And then started making, like, short, squishy indie games for Steam. But imagine if they'd been able to create something in the native environment, but then have it for sale as just a regular game. That's fucking cool. Okay. Sorry. If you weren't in yesterday, Stuff Creates. One of the things I did over the weekend is I finally tried to sit down and watch the 1 versus 400 movie. The Crazy Samurai, I think it's called, which is supposed to be one of Musashi's duels, and as advertised, features one of the longest single one fight scenes in cinema. The way it succeeds in having one of the longest single one scenes of sword-based conflict is having that scene be fucking boring and the worst cacophony of LARPers bumping into each other ever. Like, Nick, if you want to feel good about yourself, hang on, let me get the proper name of it while we're... Where the bloody hell is it? Oh my life, you made me search for this. I know we talk a lot about the enshittification of modern platforms and stuff like that, but it is very, very funny to me that the path to success is literally just have as few steps between the user's interest and what they want to find as possible. And apparently we just don't do that anymore. God darn it. Okay, it is called Crazy Samurai 400 versus 1 and features a 77-minute one-er. I wish it didn't. Like, one of the things that I find really fascinating is the opening to the original Street Fighter movie was shot as a one-er with, I believe it's Ming-Na, but please correct me if I'm wrong, as Chun-Li reporting from the front lines of this like UN base. But then they cut it up. So what would have been an incredibly impressive opening shot is then just turned into a, whatever. Just put Van Damme on, give him some more cocaine, it'll be fine. What else do we have video game? What else do we have video games wise? There was one other news thing I wanted to natter with you all about. Oh, the slightly outside of games, we finally got Coyote versus Acme as a trailer, which is brilliant. And the entire trailer is repeated like fuck yous to Warner Brothers, which will continue to make me smile. We've got a new Local 58, which if you don't know is Chris Straub's like horror shorts, and they are phenomenal. And the best headline of the day award goes to I'm just going to read you the headline verbatim. Troy Baker says we haven't seen the last of Joel, who is dead. I think one of the reasons why we're starting to hear from Mr. the Troy Baker, even with his whole like aspirations into making games, is that The Last of Us Part 3, or The Last of Us Part 2, whatever the fuck it's going to end up getting called, is probably so far into production now that they're starting to do physical performances and, you know, all of that nonsense. You'll can play that first and tell me how it is. I'm still insufferable whenever we bring up The Last of Us Part 2, and you'll don't need more of me being insufferable. I'm trying to be less insufferable. I'm trying to be extremely sufferable. That's my goal. um... Actually, Scotty, I haven't seen that. Scotty was asking if anybody's seen the Van Damme outtakes on The Expendables. God, there's a name I haven't heard in a long time. So now this is only lightly video games related, but and Yeti, there's been no more information on Last Dragon since the funding dried. And I think, looking at the cost of that production and what it was looking to be, I think it's best to just say goodbye to that one. You know, big name talent, very big open worldy game trying to do an everything Yakuza style. Yeah. I think it's best to say goodbye to that one. So, there is one thing I wanted to show you all because it made me laugh so fucking much yesterday. Not Windrose. I just had Windrose up because every time I look at it, it makes me smile. Because it is a wonderful example of... Oh yeah, I forgot Pocket Pair picked them up for international publishing. Man, they must... Pocket Pair must have paid out the arse for that one. Anyway. So one of the things that was extremely funny yesterday is... I don't know how many of you are Blue Sky users, but... the last couple of weeks have been rocky for Blue Sky. It has been having stability issues, which we would later find out were allegedly due to vibe coding, creating a situation where Blue Sky was doxing, that was DDoSing itself. The site was grinding to a halt due to poorly coded loopbacks stemming from, you know, Cloud or Claude or whatever the fuck name is, the AI shite. Now, what is extremely funny is that one of the engineer's personal accounts seems to be tied to a whole bunch of features and functionality. So if Blue Sky's been super janky for you, you too might have been blocked by the engineer because... Sorry, engineers, yeah. Because it turns out this person subscribes to a bunch of block lists. Blue Sky has some wonderful little features. Where you can create a list and you can either add those people, follow them like as a, you know, like as a feed, or just out and out block them. And so it led to this whole brilliant thing of people finding out if you're on the block list or not. It was extremely funny. I am very proud to announce that yes, I am on the AI haters list. I'm also on the wrong about AI, Bitcoin, VR, and probably other things, which I am extremely proud about. Like, I said yesterday that this is the closest I've ever come to feeling like a sense of like team spirit, of like a team pride for like a sports team, but it's hating AI slop. But to see that I was on the, and I quote, Cope Betas, Fraud, Pantifa, US Haters, and Red Flag Troublemakers list. I'd like to thank the Longship. I'd like to thank the Academy. I'd like to thank everybody who hated me so hard I made it here. I'm very proud of that one. There's no other good lists on here. At first, I was very proud to be on the Nice Dudes list. That person is a weird bot account, and now I don't like that. But, look who made it to the 3D Pinball Space Cadet list. You may clap now. For those of you who don't know, Blue Sky's a lot more open than other platforms. So you can look at who's blocking, what lists somebody's on, what labels they're using, stuff like that. Ooh, And I'm in a couple of starter packs as well. Yeah. Woo. Feels nice and cool, that does. I do like I'm in creators derogatory. And what is very funny is if you want to start diving down this, you can look at like who makes these lists, what lists those people are on, and so far, the number one best list I found was Pee Pee Poo Poo derogatory. Yeah, I did see that they put me in Playframe crew, and that feels a little disingenuous. You know, I haven't done as much stuff with Floydo as I would like, but I guess from back in the day, you know, hell, you can still watch 1,000-year-old episodes of Will and Fred's Excellent Adventure if you want to see me yeet a child into a chasm. Yeah, you're right. Okay, I've been on Playframe videos, but you know what I mean? Like, you know, Heroes of the People, Dan Jones, and Emmons are, like, Playframe core. I'm I don't know. I wouldn't even call myself a special guest. Just special. Vintage, sir, you're being hunted. True, true. I'm in the Dan Floyd extended universe. I just don't know to what extent. Anyway. That was just the drama from yesterday, which is extremely funny. Aw. Well, Chonorus, that's lovely of you to say. And Eraman, you are not wrong. I had to book Silksong Wine and Cheese night like a month out. Scheduling is the true demon boss of streaming, let me tell you. Just letting Blue Sky know that we're actually live. I forgot to tell him earlier. Okay. But yeah, I don't think there's any games news stuff I've missed. I will admit that I'm only 2 coffees deep, and I definitely keep missing shit today. I kind of want some more news on how Off the Grid is doing poorly, just so that I can kind of warm myself on those hearty coals. I think that's it. You know, game releases and games pricing still seems to be the thing I'm spending the most amount of time like talking about, and the indie games race to the bottom problem that we had a few years back is not the current problem that we're having, and it's really hard to get people to start articulating into this new game situation. Yeah, no, games pricing is getting fucking weird. But we've got to move with the times. Like, one of the reasons that I find myself focusing on video game horror so much when it comes to discussion is that video game horror has a specific use case and a specific audience. It is one of the most, of all the game genres, it is one of the most that is dictated by its creative direction less than its technical direction. Since we got, you know, halfway decent Unity and things like that, people have been able to produce horror games much quicker and much faster. UE5 means that people are banging some of these games out in half a year. Now, does that mean these games are poorly optimized? Yes. Chiller's Art's latest one about nightmare fishing looks very good. It makes anything less than a, you know, sci-fi nightmare computer wins. But it is very, very creative, and it was produced very, very quickly. I say this because it means that horror is one of the fastest adapting genres, allowing us to get a better sense of like biz dev interaction, or at least from like a user consumption point. And the one that I keep looking at is this new Cthulhu game, right? Where was it? I think it was still on my wish list. Hang on, let me bring it up on screen because we talked about this. Yeah, okay. Cthulhu: The Cosmic Abyss, even at launch discount, is $33. It's a $36 game, not counting the deluxe and collector's deluxe special edition. And we talked about this last week. It looks fine, but like, hang on, let me show you first before I start like deconstructing it, and then talking about like, you know, we live in a post-Silksong world. And the price point needs to be decided from a creative standpoint as much as from a business standpoint. No, Scotty, not Race to the Worst video game. I think that Gollum game might fucking take it. But more, the Race to the Bottom is something that has been talked about over the last few years, and it's basically that like indie games are selling themselves for cheaper and cheaper, and it has created a situation where user expectation around price point is very, what's the term, disconnected from what it costs to make games. And this is where we enter this complicated thing of like, I fully believe in I want shorter games with worse graphics that cost more, and no, I'm not joking. But then also, it's 2026. Everyone's fuck broke. And if you're going to ask for money, you need to look up what else is around you. Alright? Now, what was it fucking called? Not Paragnosia. God darn it. High sci-fi horror game dropped very, very recently. God darn it. Pulsar? No. Not Pulsar. Damn it. Oh, it's going to drive me up the bloody wall. Okay. High sci-fi horror with a cool... Not Chronos. Though I'd be curious to know how Chronos sold, because that one is quite a high price point. Well, so Layoshi, you're not wrong in terms of like, if you want free good video games, yeah, it's the VCR gun game, and I can't remember the name of it for the life of me. But so yeah, Layoshi, free games, especially ones on itch, how you need to think of that much like Newgrounds, like a hobbyist market. Routine. Dustin, thank you. Routine is a fucking terrible name, but Routine is $25. Like, 19 on sale. Your Cthulhu game has to be better than Routine. Now, I don't know if Routine is everyone's jam, but visually and creatively, it is fucking exceptional. Though I will say, Routine is a game of two halves, and you should seriously consider taking a break when you start Chapter 4. Don't do what we did and play it through in one sitting, because the change in pacing is so whiplashian. Anyway, and this is what I mean, is like, the quality threshold is set by price. As Chornerus is saying, Silksong is $20. Peak is $8. Right? We talked about this with Last Flag, of like, Last Flag is asking more money than Peak. And it has been very infuriating seeing, again, the industry just not acknowledging when the game has changed, right? I mean, the business of selling video games. Now, if you are looking to put out a title right now, and it is based on a new IP, or if a new IP moving into a very existing or very well-tread genre, it is better to undercut your competitors and then sell additional elements for people who find and love your game. Like, absolutely have a $20 supporters pack DLC that is like, hey, this doesn't add anything, here's it adds a couple of it adds a couple of thank you features and what have you. Only pick this up if you want to support the dev and want to support DLC. Because Horror Palin, one of my favorite games of this fucking year, Horror Palin is $8 new. 6.5 right now, 7. All right, and it contains. Okay, $5 supporter pack is a little cheap, but the supporter pack gives you icons for your character based on other indie games. So like Face Miner, that weird one-handed exploration game we played, the Dice Finger game, that is Sucker for Love, Berry Berry Berry, etc. Like, yeah, and Chaunerus, that is another thing. Like, I don't feel like I can. Yeah. Now there's a double-sided sword that, like, Story of Seasons Grand Bazaar being $50 is a way for them to set themselves as a quality price point as a counter to Stardew Valley, but like right now, okay, a million years ago, back in the halcyon days of like 2007, 2008, we had a big old global recession and it sucked. Do you know who didn't get fucked over by that recession? Video games. At that time, video games were a much more established market. You wanted a game, you went into a store, you bought a game. Games were $60. Some games would be down to $40. Ooh. And then the second-hand pre-owned market was the majority of game sales coming back and forth, with new AAA titles being the big banger. Ironically, one of the things that I guess skewed a lot of thinking at the time was this idea that you have to sell all your copies day fucking one, because that's where the majority of sales are. You'd see this huge spike and this huge drop. But that wasn't the case. Users were still buying and playing games, but they were buying and playing them secondhand. So those sales grafts were kind of thrown for a loop. Now, we are in a similar level of shitfuck. If you're in English language territories, it's bad. However, this time, video games as an industry is not being spared. And people are still buying and playing titles, but the way in which we buy and play games, the games which we have access to, are drastically different, right? When did Stardew Valley drop? What was that, like 2012, 2013? I predominantly played Stardew Valley on my Switch, so I didn't really get into Stardew proper until like 2016, 2015. God, the timelines are all screwy. But in times of yore, if you released a farming game, you weren't going up against Harvest Moon, because Harvest Moon came out on the SNES, and it's not available on the GameCube, right? Halo 3 isn't going up against Halo 1, because console jump, right? Now, you are still going up against the heavyweights. And that doesn't mean that people don't want new experiences in that space, but when it comes to the price point, you have to take that into account. You gotta. This medieval fest. Ah, the king is watching. Which has sold really good. Also, friends, I don't know if I've said this so far this week, But between Pragmata and active user numbers, I just want to say fucking thank you for being a bastion of sanity. I read this really interesting think piece about how Steam's like concurrent user numbers are destroying video games, and it was someone who works in the more traditional media space just breaking down over, like, the users will be like, oh, dead game, oh, this game only has 50,000 people playing concurrent, that's dog shit, as if that discussion holds weight and merit. Now, Alnis, you're not wrong. I just think at this point we can no longer say, all right, well, this game cost more to make, so we should charge more for it, because that's not how users are looking at them. And unless that price point denotes a level of content and a level of quality, you can essentially price users out now. You know, it's not that... Yes, Peak was able to charge so little because it was a very short project. For those who don't know, it was a collaborative project between AgroCrab and Avalanche. Not Avalanche, Landfill. Or Landfall? God, alright, I'm going to get another coffee before we start what we're playing today, because my brain is scrambly bamblies. But the AgroCrab team went over to South Korea and they had like a little cool game jam. This is one of the things that came out of it. They spent a few months like jamming on it, and it did great. You know, it hit perfectly as the Lethal Company tail was coming off. Because those kind of like group chaos games are amazing. It's just they can only be played so much. No. So Scotty, the concurrent players thing isn't from a business standpoint. It's a consumer standpoint. Users running around being like, "Oh, dead game. Oh, Marathon didn't knock Arc Raiders off his spot, so Marathon's a dead game, etc." I'm just so glad we don't have to put up with that shit over here. Netflix is a business thing, and Netflix's whole thing is the show must drive either new subscriptions or re-ups. So if they launch a show and during that show's arc, people re-up their they get a return subscription to Netflix. That's the metric with which they cite success. So something that does really good on Netflix but doesn't cause people to like get a new subscription or, you know, uncancel. Failure, dead, done. Anyway, so Chonorus, that's the thing. As the dead internet theory takes more and more weight, it is harder to say this is a troll, this is a chud. It is harder to point to groups and say whether or not they are making these statements in good faith or otherwise. You know, one of the things that's been really interesting is since generative AI has become more rampant in games, I have personally been on a lot of like Steam forums and stuff, just posting like, "Hey, please take this out, and then I will will shout about your game. I will absolutely support the crap out of it once all the generative AI stuff is gone." And what's interesting is you see similar posts which are themselves not genuine, but sometimes are. Like, I hate to use it as an example, but it's the best one, is requests for Ukrainian localization in video games. There is a huge games market in Ukraine. And the amount of cool games coming out of a region that is currently in an active war is wild. It's fucking wild. But not everybody posting that is posting because they are a consumer in the Ukrainian game space or what have you. They're posting it because it will start a fight. And there's a lot of examples like that. And most of those users, at least, were trying to farm Steam points. So they weren't trolled per se. They had more of a number go up goal, but definitely part of a toxic style. And this is just one small fragment in this whole nonsense. With video games becoming one of the largest art mediums, that means that the cultural footprint of it has become much larger, and it is no longer one footprint. It's so much harder now to track actual sentiment within titles. It's wild. I do not envy my community management homies who have to do sentiment reports now, because, like, where do you even start? Like, where do you even begin? Like, the incentivization around conflict in a digital space is so pronounced. Like, I logged onto TikTok this morning to see how my two Racoin videos are doing, because I fucking love that game. And I stumbled into this, like, it doesn't even feel real, like a fight within the Resident Evil community between the people who really enjoyed the original Resident Evil 4 and those who've enjoyed the remake and RE Requiem, and how wrong or right they are about Leon Kennedy's combat abilities or some horseshit like that. And I'm just like, this is the most constructed nothing sandwich within the community. Anyway, my point was more just on these discussions about like Stardew and old titles and things like that. I will never be able to thank you all enough for being the best bunch of fuckers to talk to ever. Alright? The speed with which we cut through absolute bullshit is second to none. Yeah, Alice, with that, it's holding a game hostage via review is something that I don't appreciate. But I mean, we could get into the psychology and culture around Steam reviews. You know, for me personally, I find a game has AI in it. If the game itself has premise, or if I feel like the user in question doesn't have an understanding of where that impact will be, I just politely write like, hey, I think this would be really cool if you got rid of the AI slop stuff. You know? I haven't really been exposed to a lot of the quote-unquote horse shit. Yeah. The more I tried to research that weird surrealist FPS, the more I found of that kind of that trolling behavior going both ways, of the dev also quote unquote trolling to, I guess, increase coverage or something, hoping that somebody kind of like turns his weird stance of nonsense into like more coverage to boost sales. So I'm just not talking about it anymore. You know, you can't engage with somebody once you know that they're only operating from a place of bad faith. And if it's a dev operating from a place of bad faith, then how can I engage with your art? You know, it's okay to make something that's tongue-in-cheek and trolling, but if you want to come at me and say that your game is supposed to be representative or poetic or inspire a certain, you know, emotion, but you treat it and all things around it as a form of gotcha style shitpost, then you know what? Fuck off. I'm not hurting for games. And about y'all, I don't think I have said at any point this year, I don't know what to play. I have definitely said I am too tired to play, you know, specific game name here. Sorry, Alnus with, the author's not dead, but I wish they were. In Minecraft. Yeah, we've all got better things to do. So the last thing that I wanted to bring up, because I just saw that it dropped, I'm going to be interested to see how this does. Now, this is Tides of Tomorrow. Conceptually fascinating. and very similar to the book I was reading, Blackfish. This one's kind of fascinating. Catastros, right? Sorry, Catastros is saying I have so much I'm trying to stay on top of right now, both in games and in life. Exactly. I don't have time for manufactured outrage that means or does nothing. Right? I got shit to do. I got games to play. But yeah, anyway, so this is Tides of Tomorrow. This is interesting because it's from the same people who did Road 96. And in concept, it's a time travel, surreal story game. You play as one iteration of your character caught on these infinite loops, essentially. Going through this, like, post-apocalyptic solar punk. I'm trying to describe it. It's like, you know, floating cities and garbage islands. The world's been infected with this strange disease that plasticizes people. But the hook of it is that each playthrough you do will affect somebody else's playthrough in the world. So you're always on the tail end of your previous self, your previous Tidewalker, but you're also always leaving a trail for whoever comes after you. Now, you can play this offline. It's not the kind of game where you control people, but basically your world is shaped by the last person to go through this run, and you can play it with friendos and stuff like that. Yeah, virals, I guess they're just not as sturdy as us in the future. I just digest microplastics. And sometimes macroplastics. I'll just sit there and chew on a Gundam. It's fucking great. Please don't ingest plastic. But what's fascinating about this is that it's a asynchronous multiplayer story game. So in the demo, it did unfortunately come down to very simplistic style. Like, if you zig, you come to a choice, and if you want to zag right, you can't because the previous Tide runner zagged right and pulled the boxes down behind them, so you zag left. But then the person who comes behind you cannot go left because you zag left. Alnus, you're right. You know what else I have? Love, joy, and kindness. They'll take care of the microplastics in my body. Just pee them out. With the power of love. Well, actually, so Rod, sir, what I've taken to doing is getting one of those pepper grinders, and I just put a bunch of Space Marines in it, just if I want a little, like, little kick on my food. Oh, why am I still here? Anyway, this is an interesting one to pay attention to because I haven't seen anything quite like it in some time. Because you're not just looking at the ghosts of other players, right? The area that you go to is affected by their choices. So you can do something where you're essentially playing the, I don't know, the follow mission of a friendo. DJ Coil, again, just get the little nibs. Sprinkle them on. And it's just, the reason I highlight this, right, is that it's rare to see somebody trying something this new. Now, how it works, I don't know. The demo was too short to really have the choices feel like they affected anything, and they were too close together. So it really felt like you didn't get to make a choice, you just got to play the route that the person before you didn't choose. Right? But how that has changed with the main version, I don't know. Road 96 was fucking clever, and much like with Telltale, mechanically, under the hood, it's not too complicated. But the feeling of it feels like a huge story. With Road 96. And with Tides Tomorrow following up, it's not a bad shout. I will say, though, this has not been on any of my radars, and I was not aware it was coming out today. Now, the other thing is, this is an experimental narrative game. It's $30. 24 on launch day sale. With a $3 Delta Agent pack. Cool. Road 96 was $20. Now, I can't say I necessarily recommend Road 96 Mile Zero. Chorby enjoyed it. I did not. And I think it's a very, very good example that not all stories need to be fully fleshed out. But the reason I wanted to highlight this is not to shit on it or not to say like, holy shit, this game is incredible, you have to get it. But this is a one to pay attention to, right? And even if we get no more information than the amount of positive reviews, like currently, it's been out today, it has 16 reviews. We'll see how it's doing tomorrow. If we go to Steam Stores Featured, let's see how Vampire Crawlers has been doing in a day. Oh, look at that. 1,352. For a fucking deck builder? For a dungeon crawling deck builder? Do you know how many deck builders cross my inbox every fucking day? You don't even know. Live in happiness. Okay. Guess who forgot to post on Blue Sky? This guy. Dustin. I want you to say that out loud. Is Will aware of the giant robot parkour indie game, which takes heavy inspiration from one particular battle from Metal Gear Peace Walker? Am I aware of Moto Slice? If you haven't seen it though, this is a great excuse to just fucking talk about it. Deconstruct gigantic autonomous mechanical machines with a chainsaw and a can-do attitude. DJ Coyle's like, nah, it doesn't sound like his thing. I didn't go for the Steam Next Fest demo just because I know this game is going to be my entire jam. Next time we actually get to sit down with Nick on stream, I'll get him to tell you about how like the tricks that you put together to make small games feel big, i.e. a game like this with gigantic environments, is so fascinating in its complexity. It still breaks my brain that Armored Core 6 is to scale, i.e. the mechs that you play as in Armored Core 6, if you put an Elden Ring character next to them, they are to scale. That is something that I'm still coming to terms with. Automata Shipbreakers is pretty good. Yeah, Cinderbox, there was a game that was coming out which would let you parry a nuclear blast, but that one See, and this is one of the problems of like getting successful coverage on your video game isn't the end of it, it's the start. Sorry, there was a title where it was like a super whooper over-the-top samurai game, and yeah, you got to parry nuclear blasts with your cool parry techniques and shit like that. And I don't even remember what platforms I was looking at it on. With the deluge of incredible games we get every day, like, you unfortunately can't afford to ease off the throttle. You've got to be making noise every day. And how you do that? I mean, the ways are as varied as there are fish in the fridge. But, yeah. Is Motor Slice on my radar? I would be hurt and offended if it wasn't a great excuse to talk about how fucking cool this game looks. Oh, the Parry Nukes one is VA Proxy. Oh, and it's still on, coming soon. Ooh. Oh, I think this one might be DOA. Was this a Game Awards announced one? Yeah, the Fisher and the Kettle. Why do you think I keep putting the kettle on? Okay, and the number one thread on this is no news since October of 24. Abandoned? And Jamami, what and welcome. How was it? You survived capitalism. And Viral says, and this is why we don't look on the Steam forums. Very true. I think as a creative, like, I mean, if you can afford to, just fucking pay somebody else to go through your Steam forums. Or, make sure there is a message on the Steam forums that says, hey, you know, for direct support, these are the places to go. I'm not going to be checking this. Now, stuff that could be the case. And it's not fair. As in, it's not fair that users turn around and expect this level of, like, constant communication, but that's the environment we're in. You know? You can't be Silksong, right? As much as it's... I mean, I wish you all could, right? Like, imagine, you don't have to do any external comms, you just sit, you work on your game, you make the cool bits that you wanna, that's how you do your deck. That sounds fucking brilliant. I wish you all have that. But the move to open development, every site has a comment section, the shift from traditional press to social media stuff, like... Unfortunately, this is the rod we made for our own backs, and users do expect a certain amount of comms. And at a time when users can be very easily overwhelmed with information. Sorry. Nick just says, stuff could be Silksong, because they're built different, special, maybe even more special than the gods. The themes of hubris playing into Silksong, I think, work perfectly for that one. Yeah. Okay. Cindermox was saying that VA Proxy, the developer Pyro Lilith, has a Patreon that updated last March. I mean, that's fair. Patreons are a difficult one because you have to talk to them first before anyone else. And it's easy to forget that Patreon posts, unless a game is already wildly successful, don't spread outside of that ecosystem. And Catastros, that is the interesting question, right? You know, what would you need to create a Hollow Knight? You need either independent or crowd-funded budgets, and then you need to be able to create a title that under-promises and over-delivers on quality. You'd need to create a title that promises a very basic thing and then delivers something far more nuanced, and then make the sequel to that. And all the while making sure that you keep your communications to a bare minimum. Now, I talked about this with Dan, of like, Australian devs are incredibly, I want to say modest, but it would be fairer to say that they are communication averse. Australian devs hate self-promo. Sorry to just hand wavy them, but I have seen it be the rule with very few exceptions. Back when the US was like the primary market, getting Australian and New Zealand devs are also guilty of this, getting them to promote themselves, you know, I don't want to say it's like giving the dog a bath, but there was far more screaming involved than should have been. And yeah, stuff, cultures do play a lot into how people act. And well, Nick, I know a couple of folks over there. I don't know if you were actually applying for them. One of the writers is, him and I were pretty good friends over at Rocketworks, so. Elevator Mimic! So yeah, if you actually throw it in. That's fair. You can get a lot more grants from the New Zealand government by just hiring local. Just move. It's super easy. Yeah, no, the thing is, even if you get everything done ahead of time and your visa is sponsored and all handled and stuff like that, like, it's the big emigration. I do so many fucking medical tests, you don't even know. Okay, so we can definitely keep talking about this, but I'd like to get Beyond the Doors started. And we will be the #1 Beyond the Doors stream on twitch.tv. Oh yeah, Nick, they'd probably be great with Mel, but the 3 dogs is the challenge. Because I can't remember where Huskies fit on the breed list for New Zealand, and the amount of tests and things required to get them over. Okay, so we're going to get started with Beyond the Doors. If you didn't hear my pitch for this game earlier, TLDR, you're looking at Voices of the Void Brutalist Apartment Edition. If this ends up being meh, or if this ends up being something that we're not really feeling, we have replaced, and it's fascinating third act to dive into. Now, this game is not a horror game per se. Again, if you've played Voices of the Void, you know that there will be some oddities and some weirdness. But I get to have a boiger, I get to clean up our little office. It's gonna be good. And yeah, Nick, if you can make me a horse race test for Twitch giveaways, that will sell so good, so fast. Like, Kari, you need to finish the rock, paper, scissors. But it's looking like for the next rock, paper, scissors tournament, we'll be doing it similar to the last one. Oh, nice. Sorry, Nick says that it's working on a Twitch integrated game right now. Fuck yeah. Okay, let's get this started. Tunes? Hush. Oh, I did do something fucking cool yesterday. Aside from finally showing Little Fire the ending to Over the Garden Wall, which she hadn't seen before, we've been playing a fuck ton of Planet Crafter, and we'll lock it at 60 because you won't see anything else. Obviously, you want VSync. Okay. Damn. Hopefully it's not too... I think right now there's nothing coming through. Okay, there we go. Got that audio mixed. There's no music coming through at this point. Yo! I told you all, I just gotta do ninja summons. All I have to do is my seals and then talk about Voices of the Void and I can summon DJ. It's like a power. Oh, mate, how are you doing? How's the Chivo hunt going? Flouncy, MDH Tracker, Navi, Thrame, Arizon Watto, and welcome. Come on in. And yeah, DJ, that is because you, my friend, have taste. So I was talking about this earlier. For those who don't know, the lovely individual that just raided in, hero to the people, Dan Jones, has been playing loads of Voices of the Void. Voices of the Void is an itch.io superstar where you operate a deep space radio satellite. You record sounds, you analyze them, and then you sell them for cash. And nothing weird happens the end. This is Beyond the Doors. You find yourself stuck in this strange, brutalist apartment complex, and you place listening devices throughout the area to try and find things and see what's actually happening. It is still in early access, and I will probably not stream it like weekly hardcore until it hits version 1. Like, with DJ covering Voices of the Void, I probably won't get into that until it hits version 1 on Steam as well. But Beyond the Doors is heavily inspired. And I want to see how... I always love the idea of taking like macro concepts, you know, cosmic horror, you know, grand strategy, etc., and putting them into microcosms, like an apartment complex. So yeah. But yeah, DJ, how's the Chivo hunt going? I gotta admit, I'm a little bit jelly, as I really enjoy Peak, but the weekly Friday group kind of dissolved over the last like year and change, so I haven't been able to go back to it as hardcore as I'd like. I've still not summited the mountain in Peak. There's a part of me that's kind of tempted to just go full send it on RV there yet. Because you get a camper van. What's not to like? But, okay. Beyond the fact that this is heavily inspired by Voices of the Void and that we'll be doing recording stuff, I don't know what we're going into. It's not a traditional... Like Voices of the Void. It's not a horror game. There are some... You place custom photos in your Beyond PNJ and JPEG format only. Hang on. I get to put my own posters in game. Oh, this is brilliant. I have what I have access to on this rig is somewhat limited. Okay, beyond the doors, content, photos. Okay. That's fucking cool. Much like with Project Silverfish, Voices of the Void has an in-game video player, so you can watch videos in-game whilst you're fecking with stuff. Hang on, I should pause that before I get myself into trouble. However, let's see what we got.
Stop that incessant clicking.
And whichever of you lovely Mother Hubbards gifted a sub to Dan, thank you. So that way DJ doesn't have to deal with... hang on. He doesn't have to deal with fucking nonsense later on. Okay. Oh, no one wants AVF files. Get out of here. Okay. 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 All right, let's see if this works. Beans! Beans! Game of the year. There we go. There we go. Done. Done. You can clock it in 1 minute and 25 seconds. Game of the year. Beans, any percent run. 1 minute, 25 seconds. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. Okay. But yeah, no, DJ, it would be lovely to take to the slopes with you. I don't know if we're hungry yet, but gotta make sure the boigers are cold. God, I always want fucking burgers. I always wondered if like learning to make my own food, make my own burgers and stuff like that, good would increase or reduce the amount of. Okay, got our receivers, got our recorders. Turn on the printer. Okay. God, we've got to clean this place up. Being able to make my own delicious burgers is such a dangerous thing to have access to. Okay, fine. Okay. So, task list. Turn on your computer and check your emails. Files.
Was there any doubt there were beans behind the doors? I mean, magical Trevor did tell us it was full of beans nearly 2 decades ago.
He has been trying to warn us for quite some time. And the tricks that he does are ever so clever. Wait, I need $100 to buy a body pillow. I need $100 for a body pillow. And a duck. Alright, well, I'm going to buy a poster. I need a fucking trash can. Your order will arrive soon. Oh, shit. It was trying to tutorialize me. Nah, Jimami. We're gonna be able to do a. We're gonna be able to do some chaos. Okay, so email. Okay. Hey, Saylan's in this. It's our first day working together. Like I said, make sure you send me the recordings I asked for by the end of the day. Today I expect you to send a level 0 recording from door 1. It's simple. Start 1. Okay, day 0. Got your message. Every day at midnight, I'll send you an email about the recordings. Remember, you must submit each task on the same day. It says hi. And welcome to the building. Okay. Alright, so we need a level 0 recording. Got a recorder. Okay, so we need to go find door 0. God, this place is nasty. Oh, thanks, I hate it. Oh, I hate it. This is fine. Can't get in there. Okay, go to door 1. Right, move ourselves another little... Ooh. Got a crafting table over here. We can steal it. Okay. Alright, so much like with Voice of the Void, we're going to be doing a lot of... There we go. A lot of cleanup and manual work before we're ready to really get into it. Okay. Okay. Right, the boxes are just filled with trash. Which begs the question, where? Okay, door 1. Go to door 1 and place the recorder. Tab for instructions. How to fix lamp. Okay, okay. So we want to place it there. Turn it on. Record start. Okay, do we need a cable to connect them? Ah, okay. So this one we need to note the hash. And here, we want to use connect 60S. Okay, that's cool. Then connect. Okay. 60S. Okay, my man. Sorry, hitting tab doesn't autocomplete, so I gotta not fuck this up the first time. KCO. Okay. Place the receiver in the server's computer range. Okay. Server computer? I'm trying to fucking learn how to do this at the same time. Okay. Now we turn it on. Okay. Connect the last receiver in the chain to server computer back in the office. Oh, so we got to daisy chain the receivers. So then we want to do a connection, which I totally know how to do. I totally know how to do this. Okay. Okay, server computer. So we come back in here. Oh, it's this little bastard right here. Okay. Damn it, we need the hash from the receiver. Fuck! I'm so glad Bacon Avenger's not awake at this hour. Okay, so I should say active at this hour, because... Okay, so we want... Connect. And then last noted hash is X30661F8. I mean, connection failed. And Janan. X03. So, connect. X03661F8. Thank you. God. So, welcome to today's stream, while I will be tech supporting command line hash stuff. It's going to be amazing. Okay. Sir. So what do we need? I guess we just go back up. I guess we go back up and then we start the recording, and then jobs are good. Well, okay. A little unsettled by that email there, but jobs are good. So we'll essentially have to wire this whole ass place up. Okay, so... Okay, 0 files saved. Alright, so... okay. So the recording's still in progress. Oh, my life. Deliver the following orders to door 4. 2 beers and 2 cardboards. If you deliver the order within 8 hours, you'll receive payment. Do I have to buy those? Okay. Well, we need a trash can. Okay. Aha! Been playing so much Schedule 1, I'm just naturally attuned. With the amount of Schedule 1 we've been playing, we've started to take something of a break. I will admit, though, I'm pretty good. At growing copious amounts of weed. So currently, Jackie Fox, we have landed on Team Door. But Team Car can still continue. We're going to play this for a bit. Again, this is agoraphobic Voices of the Void. See how the recording is doing. 26%. So we're just starting with cleaning up our apartment. I'm going to go steal the shelves from next door and stuff. How's it going with you? So, Alnus, I don't actually have any kind of, like, Lord Calcium Bonio fan art that I could turn into Stupid Sexy Bonio. Which is unfortunate. But I do have my Heinz Beans poster. And honestly, can you say fairer than that? But yeah, sorry, to those who came on over, I think pretty much everybody from DJ's side, I think we've already met, but just in case, I worked in video games for a million years, and I still talk about them in great and painful detail. Ah, Jackie, the eternal struggle. Well, good luck, fight well. You got this. Ah, my source is that I made it up. Yeah, and what I can tell you, Catastros, is that when you finally read my book, Will Overguard Invented All Video Games, you'll know that we have actually had video games for a million years. Oh. An unrefrigerated floor burger. I'll have that for dinner later. Delicious! A Million Tears Ago, I think, is pretty much just any video game that EA was responsible for. Sorry, I had this wild thought that would never happen, but it made me laugh just while I was brushing my teeth this morning. That, like, what if EA is such a financial shit show that it ends up being like the straw that breaks the camel's back in terms of, like, the Saudi investment fund? Huh, strange cube. I'll leave that there. Like, obviously it would never happen, but it's just such a funny thought to me. This idea of, like, yo, what if EA is such a financial black hole that it sinks the Saudi investment fund? Because if anyone could do it... Oh, shit. Free crowbar. Okay. Alright, how's our download done? 58%. Alright. You hungry? Have a floor burger. God. Damn it! Alnus, I'm gonna have to give you a writing credit, because that is the best opening line that book could ever have. A million years ago, video games were different. For example, Jurassic Park was just called Park. Maybe that'll be my next on-stream project, is writing my novel. That would be kind of fun. Be the most boring fucking stream to watch. What was that? God. Clean up this bloody hallway. Alright, how's the download doing? 71%! Woo! Yeah, and again, so Averick, this one is also very, very early access. And this one is available on Steam. So, on the one hand, I would have cleaned this up anyway, so I didn't see it as quite the same self-directed task. I don't know. I do appreciate that Voices of the Void doesn't have a Steam release yet. Because I do wonder if it's like glacial gameplay launching on Steam first would have put people off. But you never know. What is going to be extremely funny is when Voice of the Void drops on Steam, and then the greater games industry is like, wait, what is this game? Well, meanwhile, like, the indie scene has been wholly taking inspiration from it for ages. Because it's this thing of, like, I'm trying to find a way to chart the quality threshold. And I think it has to do with, like, the level of activities and what you can do with it, right? Because I really enjoyed that leaf-blowing game where it turned out to be, like, a joke conspiracy. But they could have gone harder. A game about digging a hole has a great ending. And the one where you're trying to find your Bitcoin wallet in a huge dump was fascinating. But if you were going to make something similar now, it needs to have a certain level beyond the quality threshold of just the standard. I don't know. Is this a quote-unquote perfect stream game? Because of the amount of time it gives me to, like, stand here and chat with you all? I think it's fucking cool. And at the moment, I'm stashing anything that isn't just out and out described as trash. So, like, all of these wood pieces and things like that. I think from the trailer, you can use some of them for crafting. But, see. And I am going to go steal that shelving unit in a sec. Now, I guess the only problem with Voice of the Void is that currently is just an itch.io title. And maybe that isn't necessarily a problem, but it does mean that someone could take the same concept and beat them to market. But then again, Voice of the Void has so much content in it. Ooh, record's finished. Okay, so... Okay. So, yeah, save all files. Okay. 90S is saved. So now we head on over to our main computer. All files. Alright, well... Okay, hang on. So it was... Save completed files to server. So... Yes, we have... It said it was finished. Okay, you're killing me here, Smalls. Okay. What just happened? I guess get beamed by my own share? So it said it was finished, right? It said one file saved, XO. What is happening? Ah! Possessed share? Okay, so... Alright, mv-all. Okay, here we go. Sir, why do you keep falling on the floor? Alright, have another burger. Okay. Okay, start analyzing. Okay, so we can't... So scan to listen. So there's the door. What is happening? I have severe concussion. I'm gonna drink a beer about it. Okay. S is 1, F is 90, is 81. And Fearless, you're all good. I might have to start the run again, but... Because I've got only a few hours until... Okay, all sliders must be green. Okay. Thank you. Oh, it's so painfully slow. Alright, we had a nap. But we cleaned up the apartment. This is looking nice. Alright. we'll start clearing this up. So yeah, Fearless, how goes it? Watto and welcome. This is Beyond the Doors, a agoraphobic Voices of the Void. I too do cartwheels when sleepy. It's the great curse. You know what? We cannot need that much wood. Lol. Oh, I think cables and plastic we'll probably need. But yeah, there hasn't been too much in the way of like game news to talk about today. It's not been as dramatic. Although, again, I'm not trying to shit on Dead by Daylight. I am finding it harder and harder not to shit on Behavior Interactive, because the amount of my friends that they've laid off, the baffling decisions they keep making, like, they're doing another crossover with Attack on Titan. Why pay for an IP that does not have like weight or relevancy? It's not relevant to the title or the source material. And like Attack on Titan is done. There's not going to be a Attack on Teuton or anything like that. Sorry, Dice Rolls says that Beyond the Doors sounds like a horror game for cats. The doors are closed and the human won't give you pets. Bum bum bum. Metal sheet's probably useful as well. Exactly. Attack on Titan. Perfect for a human-scaled, methodical hide-and-seek IP. An asymmetrical chaos cacophony. Alright. Dead Awesome Fries, you're coming with me! Your move, IKEA furniture. You're not the boss of me! Attack on Kronos. I will say, I did finish watching Attack on Titan. It was very good. I guess I'm gonna fail my first day, so maybe don't bust my hump. It's kind of interesting that if I have enough energy, I can run around and deliver packages to other people in the apartment for extra cash. Interesting. Seriously though, any game that lets you have this kind of like physics-style movement. Oh no! Oh no! I fucked up! Oh no! I am in the shelf dimension! Early access! With beans! I can't get out! I hurt myself! Hark, if it isn't the consequences of thine own actions. Yeah, I think that email is the, you failed your first basic task. So. Okay. So we don't get a payout from the day, but we don't get evicted. So That's fine. Okay, shelf. Needs to work with me here. Come on! No! Fuck! Okay. This seems precarious. Okay, look. It's not perfect, but it's not terrible. Okay, so the sound analyzer is finished. Said scan to listen. We scanned it. Alright, whatever. Files, door, email. Here's my price list for each recording. Okay. So we reply, attach file, message. The shelf tried to end me, but I Tony hawked it so hard that I now hear ska music in my skull. I'm no Superman. Sent. Okay. Day 2. Level recording. Reply. Attach file. Attach file! Why are you like this? I just want to clean and eat burgers. Send. Woohoo! Completed the tutorial. Oh, we got $50 for that. Nice. It's not a bug, it's a feature. And virals, heckin' thank you. Sorry. I mean, yes, heckin' thank you. Let's have a breath. I think it might be time for another coffee in just a second. Legend, see you when you get back. Dice rolls. The one that always trips me up with IKEA stuff is the locking bolts that you then twist in that then clips. For some reason, those are the kneecaps of IKEA furniture, and I don't know why. Friends, if you grab any clips, all right, like that aforementioned Tony Hawk stuff, whoever puts together the most viewed clip of the month will get a free game from me. I will buy you a game on Steam. All right. We should definitely sleep though. Our goal is to make enough money in-game. Oh, I don't like that noise. What the fuck? God darn it, my UI's broken. Damn it! I freaked out because someone came on in. Oh my god. Okay. Save. Override. Yes. Okay. I think I just have to bounce the title. Oh, boy, howdy. I mean, no doubt I'm probably going to have to start again. honest. If I can get the UI back. What the fuck? There we go. Okay, so. Read. Enjoy your daily meal. Okay, ew. I mean, yay for a soda. Alright, time to clean up. You know what? I don't think I am going to drink the soda that was just left on the floor. Okay. So we made $100. We've got Boigers. So if we set up another sound analyzer, I guess we can essentially get collecting all of this. We don't really have any of the... oh, here we go. So network speed upgrades. Advanced mic, improved recording quality. Increases the input for receivers. Okay. Because that way we can take another recorder. Okay. Set that up now. Okay, so that one's connected to the server computer. In theory, we can connect this one. Okay, so no hash. Let's see if this receiver is close enough and we can get a couple going. Okay. So use hash code. Ooh. 02. Let's see if we can connect. Okay. Not quite close enough. I wonder if we can get a receiver here. So we connect U2, U02. Oh, you're hacking me sideways, sir. Sir! Device too far. Fuck! Okay. This is fine. This is fine. This is all fine. So we're just going to do another little... Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Hey. Hey, you guys. Hey! I don't like this! Meep. No! Valve taught me to follow the light, and I'm doing that, and I really wish I wasn't. What the fuck? What the fuck? Turn off. Collect. Thank you for your service. We will never speak again. Okay. Recording start. Yo, Fearless. Welcome to Beyond the Doors. It is essentially... Oh, they stole all my fucking food! This is fucking bullshit. Hopefully we can afford to buy some more burgers. God damn. Order will be delivered soon. Okay, so... Hang on. So... List connected recorders. Okay, yeah, so that progress... So that recording is in progress. God darn it, sorry. It's escape to leave a menu, not tab. Protect me, Heinz Beans. Protect me. Now, whilst that's going... Oh. Package delivered. Oh. We don't have a sprint. Floor burger. For Fearless, folks who've just joined us, we got another poster. Let's put it up here. Yeah! Yeah! Woo! Stuff a legend. Alright. There we go. Okay, burgers in the fridge. Kinda don't want a nap right now, but... Probably should just a little bit. Much like Voices in the Void, you have this little rest scene, and from what we saw earlier, or heard earlier, people can and will come into your apartment. But it's not a bad idea. Yeah, that's only at 55%. Just take a little snooze when it's all going down. So yeah, now we're just kind of clearing up our workspace. We've got a little crafting area in here. I don't know if I can steal the crafting table, but I'm going to try. And at least so far, there's no ATV vehicle, so I can't get us completely wrapped around a tree. But yeah, does anyone need a primer for this? I realize I've talked a lot about it, but maybe not coherently. Oh, shit, and the thing I was starting to say earlier. So, have any of you not heard of Planet Crafter? Because I don't imagine there's really anyone here who hasn't come across their feed, but yeah, Kakazi, I spent some time with the version 2 update yesterday, and holy shit, it's incredible. It really is a non-conflict Subnautica. Storytelling on par. Experience fucking great. And when I found out that the new update, it changes it so that anything that you do on one planet, when you travel to the other planets, you'll see it from space, like the status of terraforming and things like that. I'm like, that's fucking cool. So, Jeffrey Lindsay, this is not related to Voices of the Void. It's obviously heavily inspired by it. But no. This is weird, surreal, agoraphobic Voices of the Void. So far, there's little details like hearing doors opening and closing even when we aren't there. The guy who came into our fucking apartment and ate the fucking burger. Oh, and we got trapped in a liminal hell dimension when trying to inspect one of the other doors. You know, it's fine. Oh shit, Kakazi, we're at the same step. I mean, I don't know if we screamed ahead in terms of like... Oh. New email? I don't know if we screamed ahead in terms of story beats. I gotta get a fucking lock for the door. How's that doing? Almost. Let's check our emails. New order. Thanks to the fuse fix. People in door 2 give you 15 bucks. Okay. I guess later on I can just deliver snacks to people, but... But yeah, Voices of the Void's been fucking cool. Okay. Plastic, metal cables. Plastic, metal cables. Oh, 6 wood is a wood crate. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Ow! Mother Hubbard. 5 and 6. Useful. Ah, pool. Bin fell over, so the fucking garbage fell out. Fucking bullshit! Could get a better fucking, get a better solution for that. Oh, shit. Well, Jamami, do let me know if you find anything from a new save that you didn't. One of the real problems was I couldn't find any information about whether or not we needed to start a new save to see the new features. And Shaunerus, that's not a bad shout, actually. You know, let's make this physics work for us, not against us. Oh, recording's finished. Okay. Alright, in your pot, mate. Okay, you did that on purpose, Box. Go on. Go on. There we go. What? I'm going to start to decorate in here. Nope. Thank you. Okay. So, that's done. So, save completed files to server. So... Is that the one we already did? Alright, so that was the one. So we want to move all. Okay. So have a look at our all files. Damn, that's the first one we did. Alright, it's back to scanning. Alright, you can have a bloody burger. This game. I have a feeling this is not one that I'm going to succeed at on day one, you know what I mean? So Jamal was saying, from what I can tell, it's mostly UI and environmental polish, but I find the thing... Okay. Feel free to tag me in on that one. Wait. Easy now. I'm not entirely sure what the crowbar is going to be used for, but we'll have a look-see. But yes, I do want to say again, friends, that if you haven't encountered it yet... Ooh, metal scrap is probably useful. Oh, you're not that tired. Oh! Nice. It's actually a full beer. Alright, alright. Maybe I'll have a snooze while this is processing. Just pop the beer in the fridge. Okay. God, this guy's so needy. Just keeps doing like little sleepy cartwheels. Where? I'm trapped in a liminal space brutalist horror nightmare. Where? I need actual sleep. So what about our needs, huh? Okay. So the analysis is complete. I guess it does. Maybe it doesn't have the feature to... Okay. So who is this person? Shade, your poster awesome. So reply, send file. Awesome indeed. Yo. Please send me food money. Alright. Attach file. Send. Oh, $25 for that. Okay. That's enough for a bit of snackage. We'll probably need to work on setting up, I guess, somewhere slightly larger. So essentially we'll do like... We'll deconstruct those. Maybe daisy chain the recorders. Okay, what's the new emails? Okay, I need recordings with the following specifications. Level 0 from door 1. Ah, okay, and recordings are unique. So if we just do another one while we're cleaning up, jobs are good. If the pacing is anything like Voices of the Void, we'll be doing a lot of just record this thing. Don't worry about it. And we haven't even started to clear up most of this. And I know that doesn't sound super exciting, but... I don't know. I really fucking dig these kind of games. Okay. Okay, so that. And then we've got loads of time on the cleaning of that one, so we'll just keep going through the... One thing I will say that Schedule 1 does very well is the early game cleaning, as in stuff to do whilst you're not doing spooky shit. Or, well, in Schedule 1's case, drug dealing. The cleaning is actually kind of... It's fun. And with this, I don't know, like... I'm a big fan of dad games. So long as there is no, like, random events that covers a room in trash for no reason, that would probably cause me to spit nails. I'm happy to play a game that goes at glacial paces, but don't you unpower wash my simulator. But yeah, I don't know if I would have... I don't know if Planet Crafter would have ever been an interesting one to watch. And I will say that once you start getting into the story beats of it, it's really fucking cool. There's so many little touches to it that feel like they understood what made Subnautica pop, and they didn't try and what's the term? They didn't try and overcomplicate, you know? Because it would have been real easy to do. See, I'm a big fan of clifftop bases and shit, so I didn't intend to put our base somewhere that was going to make it super easy to support as the lakes and rivers came in. Okay. Okay, here we go. Looking good. Hopefully I'm not going to spend all of our cash on boigers. Oh, $15 for fixing the fuse. Console command, network speed. What I need is distance. Okay, well, get some network speed going, and we'll buy a couple of boigers. Okay, you can have one boiger and a soda before the poor guy dies of food. Yeah, Baphomet, we got beans. You want beans? It's one of the other things, just Jamami was saying that Planet Crafter devs really understand it, that it's a little moments of beauty. Yeah. And And the way in which it's structured into clear steps, like, you know, you've gotten to the point where you're populating the planet with trees, so now it's time to get... Oh, excuse me. Now it's time to get, like, insects on the go and stuff like that. It's really cool. That structure really gives you stuff to work towards, and it allows you to create something where... delivery. It allows you to create something where you really do feel like you're having an impact, but without diminishing the task and making it feel super easy. You know, the incremental nature of the upgrades and the improvements and the changes you have on the environment, I think, are something that can't be understated. Okay, I can't crowbar my way into this. Hey, Fearless, congratulations, mate. You were on the hunt for a while, and... you know? Ah, the fucking bag split. God damn it. No, you were on the hunt for a while, and I'm really happy for you, friend. You know, I might make another wooden crate in here. I need a bigger thing to store our shite on. And hey, you know, you got a good gig, good money, and you still get to hang out here, which is fucking cool. It's that thing of, like, I'm wishing for all my homies to get good jobs and things like that. But then that irony of, like, the homies get good jobs, and then I don't see them on stream anymore. It's like, I miss you. Catastros, get some sleep. I hope you have a lovely rest of your night. I'll be cleaning up this apartment and totally not dealing with... tripping over my own face. Guess it's nap time. Swear to God, if any of you shit in the hallways, I will be livid. One, two, three, four. It's not quite there. Exactly. The company don't have to know shit. You don't have to tell them. Alright, just a quick snooze. Recording's finished. Okay. Morning has broken. Alright. So then, save all. Or save minus all. Oh, sorry. RV slash all. Then over here, we've got our sound analyzer. Wait. Okay, so that one's done. Okay. Save completed file, then mv-all. Okay, then clear and ls. Now over here, got this file. Throw it through the analyzer. And start. Okay. Oh, what's this? Enjoy your daily meal. Jesus. Holy fucking hell. An unsettling mannequin. Boy, sure does seem to be an email about that. What the fuck? Okay, okay. Firstly, back off. Creepy ass mannequin. Fine. Fine. You want me to have the creepy sodas? Fine. Fine, I'll have the creepy sodas. What's for dinner? Fucking beer and a six-pack. Can't open these. Have this unsettling mannequin head. No, you know what? No. Okay. We can't throw away the mannequin head. Alright, then you can sit on the shelf. Weirdo. Huh. Oh, here's an idea. Nope. Okay. I'll deal with you later. Unsettling nurse. Not having legs for dinner. Thank you. Alright, we need another piece of wood. Alright. I don't know. Sorry, just kind of... I've been talking about it a lot last couple of days. It's just... I don't know. There's lots of things of my previous jobs I do not miss, let me tell you. And I was just kind of thinking about it the other day of, like... I don't miss... just getting stuck in what would end up being, like, hour-long Slack conversations that took away from me actually being able to do my fucking job. And during that time, trying to find a stream that I could listen to while I was working on other shit that wouldn't drive me up the fucking wall was surprisingly difficult. So, for those of you who are still working game stuff and things, I hope this provides some sanity. You know, the sanity that I was not afforded. Okay. The legs are going to be all over the place, aren't they? Alright. Alright. Fine. Fine. Creepy-ass mannequin. I'm going to have a nap. While my files are still processing. And then we'll see what's coming from it. Okay. Oh. Analysis complete. Alright, need new recordings. Apply. Attach file. It's the same door, dude. Just the same door. Send. Okay. So we've got a bit of cash. I guess we can have a couple of sodas out the fridge. There's no way unmarked food. It's going to be a bad idea, right? Just got to remember to try and find another... If I see another trash can... We've got to keep our little base of operations chill. Still can't get in there. Alright, we've got these two lockers here. Okay. Oh, here we go. Second trash can. Lovely. Come on. Come on, you bin. Come on, bin. Yeah. Alright. One for the apartment, one for the cleanup. So, Hawks, are you familiar with Voices of the Void? Because this is a game heavily inspired by... Okay. So turn on. Okay, so this is... Alright, so note hash. Okay, so... Use. What the fuck was that? Okay. Okay, so we've got a second device over there, so we can start routing something up there. Okay, so Voices of the Void is kind of a bit of a... I don't know, I hate throwing around the term indie darling. But it's an itch.io title that has done very, very well. It flies in the face of like a lot of standard game design stuff because like you are a solo operator of a deep space radio telescope. Yeah, I'm not delivering that. Lyoshi, I think that's not to be an arse. I think that's a drastic simplification because like Voices of the Void, it's more than just like a, you know, a job sim or what have you. You work at a deep space telescope. You have your big satellite dishes doing recordings literally of, you know, anomalous things in the sky. And sometimes you hit upon some like SCP tier shit and it's brilliant. It builds a suspense and a creepiness that so many titles have tried to foster. And it does it because, you know, most of your job is rebuilding the base, clearing things up, getting it all put back together, getting your recordings, sending them off, etc. This game is heavily influenced by that, but for whatever reason, you've taken a job in this weird, creepy little, like, brutalist building, and you are being paid to record varying noises coming from these apartments. Now, we've had one, like, anomalous event so far where we got trapped in a liminal looping space, and it was fucking wild. You've probably seen Dan Jones playing it. DJ's been one of the big supporters of it, and definitely the first person that I saw who really gave it the time it needs. The thing that Voices the Void does so stupendously is it takes its time. It is slow, it is methodical, it is a game you play for a long ass time. One does not quickly finish that game, you know? Yeah, it is uniquely scary because it can do something that so many other games can't, which is take its time and really build this sense of dread of the unknown. It's not looking to do set pieces. It's not trying to push along a story about a fridged wife. Or, you know, introduce a new gruff, shooty character. It also perfectly encapsulates that, like, just because we live in the connected era does not mean that you are... You can be very alone, even surrounded by high-tech equipment and instantaneous communication. And the loneliness from Voices of the Void is so pronounced. Hell, it's got more in common with The Longing than it does with traditional horror. And this is a game that's seeking to evoke that on a smaller scale. Now, it's rough around the edges, alright? Both this and Voice of the Void are very much at the whims of rebellious physics engines and fuckery. You know, save early, save often, he says, having not saved in quite some time. But I don't know, between the way you improve your environment and the cool, unique shit that you find, the one thing that someone was saying earlier is that, like, in Voice of the Void, it doesn't tell you that you need to clean up. It's just something you find yourself doing, waiting for files to process and shit like that. You know, you have a hunger and a sleep meter. You have to rest sometime. And boy howdy does this game, well, and Voice of the Void, love to fuck with you when it's sleep time. Yeah, who could? Who could work in this mess? Okay, so we've got some... Now, the thing I'm always fascinated with this game is how it can have so many physics objects and things in play, but you can actually, you know... Okay, a little... you can actually place stuff within stuff, and it doesn't completely fall apart. Like, for all its jankiness, it's surprisingly robust in places. So if that's right there... Now I wonder, is this too high up? So note hash, and let's see if we can get it connected to this one down here. It might be a little too far. We might have to daisy chain it a little bit. So that last one was the... was it U2? No, U2's down the road. Oh, that's right, because... So U02, enter Connect. Okay, so now we can record from a floor higher, see if we get a higher quality of recording. Oh, hello, hello. Friends, I'm going to leave you to look at those beautiful beans for just a second, and I'll be back with you in just a moment. I have coffee in hand, and I have definitely been showing off both the beans and otherwise. So far, I've been mostly just cleaning this place and the hallway. We've had one fucking creepy thing happen already.
So what is the point of this? You said it's like Voice of the Void, but in an apartment?
Yeah, so you've taken a job in a maybe abandoned apartment complex, and you record sound file. You make recordings coming from different apartments, and then send them to some guy for money, much like with Voices of the Void. What state this place is and what's going on, we have no idea. And it's much like Voice of the Void. It's a lot of busy work, glacially slow but complementary.
I mean, yeah, that's not how Voice of the Void is.
Yeah. It's a little jank. I lost the UI once, and I got stuck in my shelf here. I got stuck in this shelf, and then I started doing like Tony Hawk skate tricks all over the apartment. But yeah, so to order some boikers. Okay, firstly, there we go. And Legend, welcome back. Little Fire got back same time as you. Okay. So now, if we do this. Alright, so door 6. So if we type save. Okay, so we have to actually go up. Sorry. I keep hitting tab to get us out of the menu. So we've got to go upstairs and hit record. And then we can have a little snooze. And then, it's day 3. We can sell the recordings. I haven't even started on clearing up the lobby yet. Ah, poo. Note the hash. To go downstairs and connect that up again. This. Check our email and have a snooze. Haste makes waste, and careless button pushing fucks things up. Abraham Lincoln said that. Beans means Heinz. It is also criminal how expensive Heinz beans are out here. I don't know if there's still crazy money back in old Blighty, but all right, 6OS. There we go. Got an email. No, I'm not delivering snacks. Okay. Time to sleep. That is what he's known for. Pushing buttons. Nope. Okay. Recording finished. So then we save. One file saved. Then we mv-all. Sorry, this is the number of games where tab is send a level 0 recording by the end of the day. Okay. Door 6, level 0. There we go. So now we'll hit this into the sound analyzer. And start it. Right. Oh, sent us a free biker. Floor burger. There's a lot of games like this. I've been kind of realizing that, especially with like the Last Caretaker and stuff like that, one of the reasons why I'm really looking forward to playing more of it is because it's going to end up being one of those games that I obsess over. Not just from the avoiding sharks part of it. Oh shit, we got body pillow money. Now, should I be spending that money on more useful things? Yes, but I think we should buy a body pillow. Oh, so alongside with the custom posters, you can get custom body pillows.
Oh, for fuck's sake, Will.
Am I gonna get a Heinz Bean body pillow? You better fucking believe it.
I mean, that's probably the most innocent thing someone's done with that.
I don't know, what else would someone do?
It's the internet, what do you mean?
Okay, so get a pot and some seeds. Oh, and I think with this one, there's a copy of paper, projector stand. Instead of it just being TV shows like in Voice of the Void and in Silverfish, it's a projector. So you can just project your video onto one of the screen in-game, which I think is really fucking cool.
That's so nice there.
Alright, in my defense, a lot of this game is basically that's nice, dear. Why not sexy Roman Will body pillow? One, because we haven't taken those photos yet.
Oh, we still gotta do the calendar of Bonio.
The 2027 sexy Bonio calendar.
If we start working on that now, it'll be ready. But...
Yeah. Well, and we do need to do the sexy Gundam cosplay shoot.
Yes, we need to do that as well.
But these are post-Gremlin Day things. You know, J-Post will have their sexy Roman Gundam cosplay combo set up.
Oh! I just got a really intense idea.
Okay.
And I hate myself for it.
You understand this is a recordable format. Whatever is suggested.
I make another helmet,
Okay.
but I make gremlin ears on it.
His and hers Gundam costumes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no. I mean, yay, because it'll look fucking cool. That's so much work. Oh shit, you get $1 for all the trash you clean up. You're getting paid. Fuck yeah. Gotta pay attention to see if the delivery shows up. The best Halloween costumes are started in April. God. And hey, whatever we come up with, whatever you put together, if we do end up with 2 Gundam helms, we can do something that will be significantly better than the Netflix Gundam movie.
Fuck off. It would be fine if they would remove one person. It would still probably be cheesy and weird, but I don't want to watch it.
For those who didn't see, basically the cast for the Gundam movie's been announced, and it's mostly fine, but they've got someone by the name of Sydney Sweeney as one of the main roles. I kind of think the whole Xeon thing kind of loses its charm when one of the people is actually pro-fascist.
Well, they just wanted to make it realistic. Yeah. I want to put a spin on it. What? What did you do?
Got my beans body pillow. Baked beans in a deliciously rich tomato sauce from Getty Images. Game of the fucking year.
Yeah, exactly. That is ridiculous.
This game is perfect with no flaws.
Okay, now you need another one, but the whole pillow is just covered in an image of a bean. Like bowl of beans.
Oh, yeah. No, if we come back to this, I'm going to make sure I, like, pre-bake. Because all the memes are on the streaming computer at the moment. So someone's like, are you going to put, you know, blobby Roman Will? And I'm like, I don't have access to it on this rig.
You just put everything on the, external.
Yeah, now we've got it. Beans all night long. Some kind of haunting mashup of Ruby Rod and Heinz baked beans. Beans after dark. How is the analysis going? That was weird. Alright, but... Okay. Attach file. Door! And beans! Beans body pillow in the merch store when? Might get a little Heinz sued into the ground for that one. Might have to... We're flying dangerously close to the Mimi sun. But... I could just take a picture of a handful of beans and put that on a body pillow. Okay. Oh, here's an out. Long ship baked beans. They're not the best, but they're the best you can afford. Kind of ahead of the curve, so let's have a look upstairs. There's something about this apartment complex and just how quiet and abandoned it is. Oh shit! Let's eat random food. Thanks for the snacks. Oh shit! Let's get one of the nice pot plants. Oh, I'm bringing that downstairs. I don't know numbers. I don't know what you're talking about. A burger meal just left out with no consideration for who might come by. Call that a win. There's also the possibility, like with a lot of games like this, that I'm just getting kind of lucky that I'm not getting like horribly brutalized right now. No, I'm not strong enough to lift up the couch. I was going to chuck the couch over the side, just pick it up from the bottom. Well, that's the interesting thing. We don't know much about it. Currently, again, this game is in early access, and unlike with Voices of the Void, like, our kind of goal here is a little... What's the word? Obfuscated? Like, we've been hired into this building. Apparently people do, quote-unquote, live here. The building super keeps trying to get us to deliver, like, packages to people and stuff. But we're getting paid, essentially, to make recordings. This is our little home away from home. Okay. Okay, we got 2 recordings on the down low, which we will then analyze. We can send to some bloke. Oh, and I found 2 pieces of a mannequin. Don't worry about it. So it's implied that there are other people here, but we haven't seen or met them yet. So... There we go, brighten this place up. And... chips in the fridge. Chips in the fridge. Ice cold chips. Soda that I found upstairs. Hadouken! And a burger for later. Hadouken! Alright, 3-second rule. It's all good. So, sorry. Hi, my name's Will, and I distract myself in real time. So, there's a lot we don't know. Predominantly, whether or not we don't know those things because they haven't been put into the story yet so far, or because I haven't found them, is the reason why I wanted to point out that this is still in very early access. And our recordings have finished. So then we MV dash all. Oh, sorry. Oh, so then we save. Then we MV all. Okay. Then over here, we have our 2 files, door 6 and door 1. So sound analyzer, we'll put in, I guess, door 6 first. We have to work on the smoothing and the filters and whatnot to get it going. And boof. That's our first one going. And now we can just kind of continue with checking emails. Fuse fixed. New order. Nah, I'm good. Oh, damn it. Shelf actualize. I'm just saying. That's a clip of the month award-winning clip right there. Okay, we've nearly finished doing the hallway. If I felt stronger, we could definitely steal some of the stuff for the apartment, or at least the crafting area. With some of the scrap pieces and things like that we can use for crafting, we can't put them into our inventory. So we have to physically carry them across. Believe in the you that believes in your shelf. God. Welcome to my shelf motivational tapes. I will say though, like, this is definitely a combination of my kryptonites. Like, cleaning games. We didn't come up with a better term than dad game yet, did we? But, you know, these kind of like real slow burn horror, slow burn chaos. Just okay. Okay, where did I put the? I think there was another one in here. Ah, yes, here we go. A few blue plastic crates in the ilk. So then we can go full on physics chaos with these crates. What I was trying to say when I ended up creating that clip of absolute fucking chaos is it amazes me that you can just do this. You know, when I realized from watching other people play Half-Life Alyx that no, you don't have an inventory with you, and it tries to encourage you to use your items pretty much as soon as you get them. It doesn't matter. With Alyx, if you get a little crate, you can carry that through you for most of the game as your own improvised inventory. You can make your own storage. And that's pretty fucking cool. Stealing furniture? Pretty shellfish, if you will. Okay. This is not working quite as well as I'd hoped, but it's fine. Remember that time where I took all the effort to move all of the items out of the shelf out of here for construction? Oh. Unsettling mannequin head. At that point, you're just Postman Alyx, right? Pretty much. But fucking works. Oh, and you have to be careful. If you disturb the bin, it does end up spilling trash, like, everywhere. Because, yeah, there's a bunch of command line hacking games I really want to share with you all. But I have a feeling that, considering the way I get with those games, like, if you were there for the split stream... Not split stream, but split stream. Like, I got pretty monosyllabic, but thankfully that game didn't kind of outstay its welcome, and the horror was good. Bless you. Maybe next time we're doing this, we can, I don't know. I don't really have a prize to give away to y'all, but maybe we can do like, remember when we did the 40k fan art contest? With me dying on the steps of the Golden Throne to, damn Blobby, you really were the Warhammer 40,000 of our time. Maybe we need to do something like that for this, so that I can put more of y'all's chaotic photoshops up on the fucking wall. Because these are the only two memes that I have. I have beans, and I have the get cared for nerd burger posting. Oh, do you want burgers tonight?
Yes.
I don't know why I asked. It was such an obvious question. And then we've got, not Sadlin, the other person, Shade. Door money. Money for doors. Money me now, please. Please, money. Please, money. 5-door. Thank you. Attach file. Send. Have I considered a shelf portrait on the wall? Yo, $40 for that. Honestly, we could start another recording of Door Zero. Oh no. I don't like it with the doors open. Oh, fuck. Okay, this is fine, right? There's just a comfy bed and balloons. $99 red balloons. This is fine. This is just that one scene from the Groove is in the Heart music video. Oh, okay. Sir. Sir, I had that dream again. I haven't even started cleaning the lobby. Oh.
You've been sitting a little too long.
But I just told you the groove is in the heart, not in the arse.
That's what I get.
Groove is also not in the phone, apparently.
Hands don't work.
Oh. If it makes you feel about a big same, it took me 3 attempts to butter my crumpets earlier because my hands kept going.
You can't talk about that on stream.
That's right, I butter my own crumpets. What's this? Unexpected. Shows affection. Alright, alright. Oh, fuck off, all of you!
Yay!
Groove is absolutely not in the heart with any of you.
What's the max?
50.
Who's got points? There's a otherwise I would use all my points for it, but there's a limit on how many you can fucking do. It won't let me do it again.
Is there like a count? Is there a
Oh
timer?
wait, will it let me do it now? Ha! Get fucked! Woo!
I'm not getting paid for these. Fuck you! Do you know what I said earlier? I said I'm going to use the... Well, I mean, I implied the Steppergen money, but
5, 10,
I said
15,
I'm going to make
20,
burgers tonight. I'm going to make a
25,
delicious
30,
treat for us
35.
both.
We're almost there.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. Fucking hell. I'm not
Yay!
getting paid for these.
You
Bastards.
no, you got because you took out a payday loan.
This is a paid...
You did that. You did get paid for these. Okay?
Wait. So we're saying that Snare Wave was like a payday
Yes,
loan?
you got paid last year. That was the terms and conditions for this. You did get paid.
Fuck.
And you blew it all. On butter and crumpets.
I do have a buttery crumpet addiction, yes. Oh, and Fearless, if you're still lurking, I will blep at you about when we're going to do Subnautica VR. Because it's got to happen, and I will definitely need it. I'll work off the calories we're going to put on with the bergs. Jemami, I'm trying to put weight on. I'm trying. Alright. So what is that? 30? 35? Okay. It's 35, isn't it? Okay. Well, make sure you stretch, friends, if you're counting along with me. And yeah, no. The reason I'm doing this is thanks to the Snare Way, which was the only way that we survived last winter.
It was a harsh winter.
It was a harsh winter, but thanks to the snails, we lived.
And Will Overguard, who did not die, had to do several squats every day. Alright, you bastards. At least I don't have to dab as much anymore. Okay. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, fuck you, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, and fucking 40. Fuck you, John Deere! Give me a second!
Hold on. I know the perfect email. Where did it go?
And then 41, 42, 43, fucking 44, 45. Hopcha!
BRO's gonna have Buns of Steel Battalion by the end of 2026.
Buns of Steel Battalion. That should be my autobiography. I can't stop winning. Whew. What do you mean I'm not done? What do you mean? What do you mean? Oh God.
Wasn't there another one after the dad?
There was. Because he wants to see those last 5. Oh, yeah, that's so bad here. Okay. 1, 2. Oh, these are painful. 3, 4, 5. Oh, Avenger, get fucked.
This is the last one.
6, 7,
I don't think you can do
8,
it.
9, and 10. So that was 55.
Yeah, what was the limit again?
Should be 50. Should be 50. It's apparently not. Fuck you guys. Everything hurts and I'm dying.
Or just play a nice little game beyond the doors. It'll be a nice quiet day. Nothing ever happens here.
Dies. 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay. Whew. Okay. 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 Thank you. My poor little carrot's about to fall down the stairs from sleep deprivation. Oh, my bones. Okay. I was trying to work out how to play this earlier, and I kept falling over at my desk because I didn't realize if you go too long without sleeping, you just biff it. Okay. Okay. Ooh, no emails. Okay. Need to send a level 1 recording from door 4. Okay, I think I've got enough receivers to get a thing over to door 4. Okay. Right, and those still recording, so... Alright. Oh, my knees are already like, the fuck did that come from? Oh, my word. Whew. Exactly, Dustin. Gotta hydrate. Or die straight. Oh. Apparently my lunch today from my mysterious benefactor is just more beer. Whew. Okay. So these guys can have 2 different connections. You know what? Let's spend that upgrade money now. Because we need to find door 4 and get a recording from that. So multi-input, upgrade. Improves recording quality. Upgrade. That's it for now. Yeah, I need money for burgers. If the recordings malfunction, they malfunction. Okay. Okay, so this is door 1. Door 1, 2, 3. Okay, so this is 4. Turn on. Use. Okay. Keyboard bind settings. Okay, I definitely need the... Oh, okay, so C would... Alright. X is zoom. C was turn off and on the HUD, so I actually biffed it myself. Okay, so first things first, we want E171. Connect. Device too far. Fucking course. And we'll have to put another receiver in the center there. I know you're tired. We're all tired. Exactly. C4 HUD. actually, while we're down here, might as well get these processing now. Oh, okay. So that level 1. So 2 shade. Select file. Tool 1, attach. Yo! My knees are gone. Please send new knees. Yep, $40 for that one. Okay. Alright, and you can have a little snooze. Because then we've got to set up another receiver to kind of daisy chain all the different connectors across the hallway. Whew. Okay. So that's M4. So then we use this one, connect it to M4C. Okay, that's cool. Then we connect M4 to this door here, because apparently trip lines do not matter. So that was E171. Okay, that's cool. And so now we connect this guy to our downstairs setup. What's your deal? You are 517. As we note that hash. Okay. Now it's all hooked up to the telly. So in
We're sorry, the minis you ordered are currently unavailable. If we order new minis, you will need to allow 6 to 8 weeks for them to arrive. How would you like to proceed?
Honestly, Vanderbeest, if I can get them reverse jointed and on back order, that would be perfect. Vanderbeest, thank you for the 200. Okay. Locust style, hell yeah. Maybe just generally detachable knees. Oh shit, did I order some stuff from dodgy, spooky Amazon? Okay, so I need a body pillow suggestion. apparently, either the game broke or I just got sent a second body pillow.
Probably the second one.
But I sure as shit did not get charged for the second body pillow.
Okay, let's see. What can we do?
Because we already have the Wilburger poster and the beans. We have our beans body pillow.
Do you want to make you something?
A bean... No, you don't have to make something.
I can literally pull something up and like that. I'll make it. What size is it?
It will auto-scale.
Okay.
But it'll do the wraparound and it will reverse one side.
Oh, don't worry.
Sexy posing white glint.
Oh, it's gonna be nice.
Okay. I'm hearing some mischievous cackles from behind me.
Yeah.
So
I'm making something.
Little Fire is making an official...
Chat so I can get some ideas if I need to add anything.
God damn it, Dustin. I was thinking the same thing. Detachable knees instead of detachable penis. That song is going to haunt me for far longer than it ever should. Detachable penis.
That's even a song, and I listen to that on the radio constantly. Okay, a rose, slugcat, and a mech.
Slugcat and a mech is a genuinely good suggestion, but this is a body pillow in our strange, brutalist nightmare apartment. Because Mr. Bucket told me to. And Favor 6 return welcome. So Vanderbeest, I read all the words you just wrote there, and I understood very few of them. That they still play King Missile, understood that, from time to time on Sirius XM's Lithium channel. Where? Where? I'm hearing the creative noises, and I know fear. Okay, just an internet radio station. Okay, it's not... I don't have to worry, right? Okay. Back to the clean. I'm just waiting to hear the more of the body pillow suggestions. Vanderbeest screaming, "Do not call 90s alt rock classic rock. I'm not that old."
Yeah, but do you remember the first time? I will never forget the first time I heard Alice in Chains on the goddamn oldies.
Yeah.
I was like, you son of a bitch.
Even flow. Why would you do this to me?
That's not even Alice in Chains. You stress me out. Okay. Remove background.
God. Remember remember when alt rock was even a genre?
Yeah, it's not even a genre anymore, is it?
It can't really be because there isn't just rock, so they can't be alt rock.
I mean, yeah.
I want us to make enough money in game that we can get the.
Paying for you. God, give me my free shit. I'm trying to create things.
I am an artiste. Which is funny because I'm getting paid for all this trash. God. Avengers saying that even Soundgarden plays on the oldies. I remember how big it was when Soundgarden dropped.
Horizontally.
Oh, I want help. Lists the recorders. Storage. Okay. Like, once we've... okay, sorry. File to analyze. Door 6 at level 2. Now we can email our weird mate. Send new. Shade. Attach. Doors! 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 That's what's wrong with it.
I need a background idea.
No, I need a background idea. Why is it background and not background? God, it's so weird. Friends, that actually wasn't me speaking. Unsettling. Okay.
Here we go. Here be bathrooms.
Oh, we are starving.
Share. Download. Okay. Download this. Where do you want me to send you this?
Blue Sky. Johnny, we don't need to do mimic checks. This is our place. We know what we're doing. We know what we're about. Receive a new email. Analysis complete. Nothing founded. Where was it? Salem, variety matters. Variety these nuts. Let's have a look. Just gotta pause this for just a second. Let's have a look. You know what? You know what? I'm not going to share it with them. Save image as. No, not a WebP file. The
Fucking remember when you could just fucking download a goddamn image? Do I look like I know what a WebP file is? I just want a goddamn JPEG of a fucking hot dog. Damn.
Also, dropping the MS from MS Paint should be considered some kind of personal attack. Bear with me a second. Trust me, this will be worth it. Okay. Look away, everybody. Hang on, just quickly save. Okay, so use. Look at it!
Aw. No. No, it's every size. What the fuck? It's wrong.
I don't know.
No, it's wrong. What size is it supposed to be?
I don't know.
No, it's missing a key part. It's fucked up.
It's my face, the guinea pigs, on a lotus in the back rooms. Video games are gonna be okay.
Alright, we'll put the actual photo on the wall. I gotta see the thing.
Okay, well I have to order a photo.
Okay.
Okay, so shop. So I need to order another poster. It's only $5. Yeah, actually, how much is the the projector's 300. Fuck it, let's spend all of our money.
Yay!
We're gonna go start those recordings though, because we're gonna need to sell them. Okay. Record start. Parkour. Parkour. Record start. And then we'll go up the floor. Here we go. I'll take pictures that would hospitalize a Victorian child for 200. Record start. Okay. Jumami says, with that bombshell, I'm going to go lie down. Enjoy your body pillow abominations. Okay, hidden projection. Find the projector. Okay. Oh, no, easy now. Okay, this is kind of fucking cool. Chest. Oh, I know. Office chair. I need a projector stand, don't I? I almost said things that would hospitalize a Victorian game dev until I realized just what horseshit I was speaking. But look at this. So. Okay. So I'm going to save it in case I break this whole thing. But. So that's beyond the doors. Okay. Hold this thought. Okay. 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 Oh my god. I just need to test something. I just need to test something. I know I've gone real quiet. Damn it. Okay. 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 Listen. I know I've gone real quiet. Darn it. Oh. This is fine. This is fine. Yes.
I said, come on, for who we got. I said, come on, for who we got. Everybody to the limit, to the limit. Everybody come for who we got.
And you can move it the fuck around as well. It literally works like a projector in universe. This is so cool. This is so cool. This was absolutely worth fucking with. Yeah, no, this would absolutely send a 90s game dev into like a frothing spiral. What do you mean you can live play videos? And this was me and Jess winning Squid Games together. That's so cool. This is so good. Ozine, I don't know. I don't know. Oh, yes, and we were going to put the... I'm going to put the poster on the wall. There we go. So that was what Jess did real quick for us for the body pillow. So it's not quite like the Wismod thing. So it's not taken from YouTube videos and things like that. But it is taken from videos that we just put in live. Like, I didn't reload the title or anything. Yeah. Things that would send a Victorian game dev into a coma. I was a little worried at the start of this that the like the food, hunger, sleep stuff was going to end up being really brutal. But honestly, it just stops you from getting too lost too early on. It's actually pretty good. Actually didn't check to see if any of the breakers needed flipping. Oh, yeah, because in my heart of hearts, I want to say that Voices of the Void was Source Engine, but I don't think that's true. What do you mean you can have them be dynamically projected? Without worrying about codecs or anything, it just does it. Oh shit, hang on. Okay. Well, I got emails to answer and recordings to send. Okay, so we want to do mv-all. Oh, so save. Then mv-all. Moves them over. Then we go over here. Task completed. Fuse fixed, fuse fixed, fuse fixed. Okay. Now, much like with Voices of the Void, occasionally you get to hear something depending on the file analyzed and the details. So we'll start again with door 4 at a level 2. Damn it, no one made a door fortress joke yet. Fuck. That's just prime real estate just left out. Okay. The goal of this project is to observe and analyze human behavior. The recordings you shared are exactly what we're looking for, which is why I reached out to you. I can't tell you what we do with the recordings we analyze. For now, that's all I can share. We will move up to the next floor in the building. You need to send a level 1 recording from door 10. Okay. Well, cool. That's much easier said than done. But if we stop analyzing door 0, that should free up a whole bunch of stuff. And then we can kind of try and daisy chain it down. Alright, but this poor little guy needs... Okay. Maybe putting my projector on a wheelie chair was not the smartest idea I've had all day. My poor little guy needs a nap. Sometimes I have smart ideas. I should probably document them better, but sometimes... What I really want to do as well is try putting the projector down the hallway and see how far it goes. So we did door 4, nothing to be heard. Door 6, level 2. We'll see if we can set up. What was it? He needed door 10, right? Oh. Aw. Sent me a beer bottle, which I apparently drink Bud Light with a straw, which might be the most haunting thing about this character. Yeah, I can't tell what you're doing, but trust me, it's important. Peak SCP Foundation. Although we seem to be like SCP gig economy in this, so... Okay. Okay. So here's 6. 12. Here's 10. Okay, so. Alright, note hash. That's 60S. Okay. No hash. Alright, that's 3JE. Let's see if we can get it down to this one. 3JL. Yes! Okay, so we can get a recording of that. Job's a good one. We don't need door 0, so... Cool. Do you think there's an SCP gig workers union? I don't know, but I am looking forward to finding out in my... in the book I've been looking forward to reading for fucking ages, there is no anti-memetics division. Because I can tell you, there is no anti-memetics division. Don't listen to what the others are saying. There's no anti-memetics division. Just isn't. Don't even worry about it. Okay. I'm gonna clean this trash off the fucking stairwell, lest it snap my tiny legs every time I'm going upstairs. I will say though, if you want a really good show about like conspiracies and shit and how something like an SCP Foundation would actually operate, rather than it being like fancy facilities and things like that, watch Utopia. It's back on streaming services for the time being, and it is very good. Just because... Like, don't get me wrong, I love SCP type stuff, right? The idea of these huge facilities hidden, doing all this, you know, super secretive work and whatnot, kind of cool. But if there was actually a different, more competent, shadowy group of figures controlling our every move, there'd be no connection between, like, the people telling us what to do and what's actually happening, you know? Yo. See, I've talked about the global conspiracy and now the cops are onto me again. Oh, well. Time to change identities. That one haunting eye looking out at us. Bill Beauregard it is. Might as well get these recordings in because we need money. Yeah, Hunter, absolutely. Unless there is another, even secreter organization above those guys. But yeah, Utopia is very, very good. Just... It's one of those, unfortunately, where watch the British original, don't watch the American reboot. Because the American reboot gets that one key factor wrong, which is like, how would you orchestrate these things from the shadows? And that is, you have a network of people and none of them know who's in charge. None of them know why things are happening. Everyone has completely limited info. Like, that's how you maintain a conspiracy. You don't do it by having a room full of teenagers with social media accounts. Yes, Legend, The Office. Okay. Blah. See if he cares. Fuck off. Quasi says, I heard the US reboot of Viking Blonde was pretty good, but you had to hang on to season 2. Okay, wow. I mean, not unfair, but... Oof. Getting me right in the boiger. Get a burger and a soda. And a projector stand. So I can move it around. Because all we have in the fridge is one beer left. Quasi, what and welcome. How you doing? This is Beyond the Doors. And it's fucking good. I mean, it's claustrophobic. It's agoraphobic liminal space. Voices of the Void. It's not a difficult one to understand, but it's very good. Oh, well, way cool. Then, if so far this game hasn't been scary, just it has occasionally been very spoopy. Like, we haven't seen another person here. But we are being tasked with recording sounds outside all these people's houses. And there is a building manager. We keep getting thanked when we, like, put the breakers back on and stuff like that. But yeah, if you're familiar with Voices of the Void, then you know this. Hunter, kind of same, but also wouldn't surprise me if this is luring us into a very false sense of security. And, like, if you didn't see it earlier, check this out.
I said, come on, who would gas? I said, come on, who would gas? Everybody to the limit, to the limit. Everybody come for who would gas?
How fucking cool is this?
I said, come on, bahoo-a-gus. I said, come on, bahoo-a-gus. Everybody to the limit, a cheetah to the limit. Everybody come bahoo-a-gus.
Just trying to. Will it, there we go. Shout out to Jazzy Moo for being the fucking best. Red Burning Dragon, what and welcome. Yeah, this is Beyond the Doors. And I worked out how to put videos into it like Silverfish. Oh! Nothing found, but... Arc at the doors!
Come on, bahoo-a-gus. Everybody to the limit, a cheetah to the limit. Everybody come bahoo-a-gus.
Oh my god. Okay, firstly, did I just biff it? So about the project, reply to Salen, attach file. Doors! There we go. For some reason it sent the email to the... Yeah, $75 for that. But yeah, so we got those, so we'll save those two. Envy all. Then, what was it? Just delete all, wasn't it? Oh, remove all. So yeah, much like with Project Silverfish, we're going to be able to put whatever videos we want on the projector. I know when DJ did Voices the Void, did a lot of look around you and shit like that, which I thought was really cool. For Project Silverfish, most of the videos were just TikTok clips that myself or Little Fire put together. But well, it did include one full playthrough that Jess did, which did make me laugh when I did that. Oh, I put a burger in the fridge. Oh, God, this game is going to make me want a burger. Yeah, I'm making burgers tonight. Just executive decision. Stepagen threw in some cash. Yeah, so Hunter, we could absolutely set up the projector in other places. So at some point, I want to try like blasting it down the hallway. I'm still cleaning out some of the rubbish from varying areas, but you know, the other guy, what's it? Shade. Fuck. That's what I get for not paying attention. Turn on. Hash mark, and then use E17. Guess who? There we go. All right. I hit grab instead of start, which is a little nefarious how it does that, but I get it, right? Later on, once you get all the upgrades, you can remotely start these recordings from home. So, and more than a few times, whoop, fuck off. my poor little character has ended up in some liminal space stuff. Don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it. I am thinking, though, that, like... depending on what this game lets us do, we could set up, like, the lobby as basically, like, a fucking movie screening. Fuck, that'd be cool. I could put on... Fuck, I could put on the next Baldur's Gate 3 playthrough video. And just have it playing here in the lobby. Don't know if anyone's ready for that. Friends, I can quite see us happily playing this for the rest of the afternoon. Is that weird? I will say, though, from as much as we played of Replaced last week, it was really, really fucking good. And it's not that I would be sad if we don't get back to it. More that, like, you should definitely try and check it out yourself if you can. Not like you're short on games right now. I guess so, Legend. Like, initially, I didn't know how much... Oh, I gotta get some food. I didn't know how much stress we'd be facing in the early game. And I'm still annoyed they stole all my burgers out the fridge. But... like... the game had someone, like, basically standing over us while we slept, which was kind of unsettling, I'm not gonna lie. Boyga. But the thing that made Voices of the Void work so well is this slow, methodical pace. It's kind of... I don't know. Like, I'm sorry I get so obsessed with these concepts. It's just when you think about, like, this and observation duty and things like that, like, it's not just that, oh, these are games that couldn't have existed a few years ago. I mean, maybe they could have, but... the thing that strikes me is that there is no publisher who would have ever... Oh, what the fuck? Meep. Meep. As soon as I start talking shit, game's like, oh, word. I cannot think of a publisher who would have touched a game like this back in the day. Do you know the one that really surprised me was Quarantine Zone?
Roxanne, you don't have to turn on the red light.
It's Roxanne, but ghost. Oh yeah, and he pays me for fixing the fuses. Alright, and Shade loves to pay us for the stuff. No, Simple Chaos, seriously, thank you. Okay. But it's like, this game can do little subtle things that can absolutely fuck us up, right? Interesting. All right. Recording's finished. Okay. So we save all. Move them all over. And then... Okay. Sound analyzer's already going. We've got a projector. Let's treat ourselves to a little upgrade. Network speed, improves recording speed, faster processing of recordings. And some audio quality. And then later on we'll get another Boiga. No email. Analysis complete. Okay, a level 1 recording from door 2. I can hook one of those up. Should be... Aww. And the rando guy left us a floor burger. That's so nice. Don't even worry about it. A person we never saw came into our apartment and left us a whole burger. Don't even worry about it. But no, like, I know I labor this point a lot, but we really have kind of reached this spot where...
What ho, Vikings?
And Lyris, what ho and welcome. How goes it? That new one we got was 5x67. Okay. It's the little things that let you know the rando guy, he still cares. He still cares. It's working on cleaning the entryway. Oh. Lyris has burger and homemade banana pudding. Ooh. Yeah, no, I'm... Especially after this, and because Simple Chaos was very kind earlier, I'm going to make burgers tonight. And I've kind of gotten the Cajun spice to seasoning ratio solid. I almost oversalted the burgers last time I made them. But I gotta find some new shows for us to watch. Because I showed Jess the show that goes wrong, the telly adaptation of the famous play that goes wrong, which is very, very good. Unfortunately, without... sorry, let me rephrase that, because I would never admit to piracy on twitch.television. We are definitely at a stage where one would need to purchase the second season. That's it. And I'm still annoyed that through the means that I have available to me, I can only watch it with ads, even if you pay money to have no ads. Because the two I've been thinking about are Only Murderers in the Building, because a show about true crime podcasts that also acknowledges and makes fun of true crime podcasts. I don't know. That seems up our alley. You know what, might as well get a recording from this while we're here. Get them kind of on rotation, you know. The other one I'm trying to think of, the other one I'm considering, but I'm trying to remember, is obviously Freerun, which is very, very good. But as we've talked about a lot of times, anime enjoyers are the worst people to get anime recommendations from, because we did Spy Family, and Spy Family is very funny until you get to the brother who is creepily bordering on incestuously obsessed with his sister. And as a long-time anime fan, you kind of just tune it out. And, yeah. Anime is always a tricky one to find the good stuff. Like I was saying, like, one of the things that people complimented Mashal for is the fact that the creepy bloke who's obsessed with his sister, that everyone calls him a creepy bloke obsessed with his sister. And yeah, putting Black Clover and Mashal side by side, boy howdy, boy howdy. But I think I think Freerun is pretty clear of any. You heard that, right? Okay. I think Freerun is pretty clear of any, like, weird incestuous nonsense. Which is a weird sentence to have to say. But, it's that thing of, like, would you stake your personal reputation on a specific anime not being creepy, right? Wait, easy now. Okay, so we've got 2 recordings in progress. Oh shit. Okay, what was it? It was door 10 that we desperately needed. Hang on. The spec was level 1 from door 10. Okay. Level 1, door 10. There we go. We can start some of those while we're having a snooze. Freerun's got 1 character and 4 that's a creep. I'm trying to remember it. trying to remember. Delicious in Dungeon seems mostly fine. But again, it could be one of those ones that I've watched it so much that... Okay, and then... Okay, so the level 10s were done. The level 6 out of 3, we'll analyze that. Okay, please enjoy your door 10 at a level 1. Please enjoy your freshly scented audio recording. Attach file and send. Okay, reply. Door 10, attach file, send. Okay, there are missing files. So, Salen. A level 1 from door 2. Ah, you bad word. Okay. Good news. Those are all saved. We can move those over. And then we can remove them all because we need the space. Now on here... Alright, the sound analyzer will be done in a sec. We should be okay. Good at maths. Well, no, so Red Burning Dragon, it's more just, you know, creepy relationships, people creeping on underage folks, like, things getting weird. Okay. There's nothing to be doing at this point. So, like, that's what I mean by, like, you know, non-creepy nonsense. I can't spell storage. Storage. Okay, storage is clear. You got any more of that drywall? Drywall is incredibly snacky. I was thinking, I think that, blink, blink. Not, oh god. Bird Mask, video game 1. Cheat. Okay, so door 2, level 1. Okay. Oh, shit, what's that one? Man, this coffee is not cutting the mustard today for remembering shit. Shangri-La Frontier. Shangri-La Frontier, I think, is okay. But it's one of those where, like, am I prepared to bet the farm on that one? Okay, so all of these... Oh, not that one. Okay, so 2 shade. Anything that's not 0. So 6, attach. 10, 1, attach. 6, 2, attach. And... Gimme! Money! Woohoo! Thank you, Shade. 155 bucks. Let's go. While that's being analysed. How's the fridge looking? There. All right. Well, you want a burger? I'm gonna get a burger. A couple of burgers. Couple of burgers and a soda. Yeah, 3 burgers. We've been working hard today. And virals that you've seen free run recently does give me hope. With Shangri-La, yeah, there is the school crush, but it's the last crushing on him, and she's not gross about it, which is fine. You know what? I'm going to keep it as those for now, because we can spend some of this on some upgrades. Multi-input is just a must, because that way we can kind of daisy chain the stuff that we need. Oh, did I actually place the order? Yeah, I did. Yeah, he's clueless because he's obsessed with video games. Now, as someone who was obsessed with video games and was absolutely clueless when someone had a crush on me in the past, can relate. But there's no, like, you know... Boyka. At least to my memory in Shangri-La Frontier, there aren't any, like, you know... There's none of the old 1,000-year vampire creepiness. You know? Also, I love Shangri-La Frontier because, like, there's parts of... Don't like that. There are parts of Shangri-La Frontier that would never work as a game, but as a concept, God, I love them. Okay, door 2. Attach file. Finally, here you go. Thank you. I guess we'll analyze some of these suckers. All right, level 3. All right, door 4, level 3. Oh, that was just your friend door-shutting Tim. Oh, I'm so glad he's still getting work. Okay, we'll have a snooze, and then we'll kick off the next round of recordings. Because essentially what we're going to need to do is some, like, crazy, like, daisy chain type stuff. Okay, analysis complete. Love to see it. But it's also like I've been off the anime train pretty substantially the last few months. Just mostly due to time. You know, I haven't even watched the videos of ones to watch as I might have in the past. You know? I mean, I will agree with you, Real Hunter. I don't want to say Chinese data miners because that sets a a horrible precedent bordering on racial stereotyping, but there is an industry around data mining and looking into stuff. There are ways to get around it, but that involves some very, very clever solutions that don't work in the land of, especially like competitive games. Shangri-La Frontier as a project would need to do things so drastically different to be able to get away from that. As in from, like, you know, people being able to data mine the information and go from there. You know, the chances that there would be a secret hidden boss, but also that amount of work would go into a single boss that could only be fought and defeated once. That's something that, you know, some weird fucking crazy indies could do. You can't do that at scale. But that's why things like Shangri-La Frontier and .hack and Log Horizon and shit are so fun. Because we don't have to think about the could it. We don't have to think about the logistics. But I will say, Sword Art Online is a bad game, though. Hey, Andorf, I'm doing real good. Game good. We have money to go get burgers for dinner later. The company and conversation is excellent. How you doing? Yeah, like Viral's a boss enemy that could only ever be defeated once. Like, all of that work for one encounter. Nah. That strikes me as an exercise in rage and development futility, you know? Oh, Andorf, sorry you're going through it. Jess has been doing battle with allergy stuff pretty consistently for quite some amount of time. It's always frustrating being on the wings of that, because there's nothing really you can do apart from, you know, clean the place and make sure we've got loads of drugs. I don't know, you know what? I think it comes from, as an ex-Warcraft fanatic, I always both loved the idea and hated the execution of the Egyptian-style super raid, where it was a 40-person raid, and the first people who cleared it got special legendary mounts, but also there was a unique achievement for opening the gates to the new zone, but that could only be done by certain people at a certain time. And like, those kinds of events can be fun, but when you find out that something like that has come and gone, it doesn't make you go, wow, that's so cool. It just makes you feel sad. I'm like, oh, this really awesome thing that I never would have known about and I missed, I can never do. Cool. I love that for me. And Laoshi, ARGs are sort of the same. It's... ARGs are kind of... they're closer to live events. And you can do ARG-style storytelling within a title, but again, if the ARG is the reward, then it can result in this thing where players don't thank you for not being able to play an ARG, you know what I mean? Like, people who heard about I Love Bees and shit like that after the fact, that doesn't feel good. It feels kind of sad. Ah, Quasi, you have done well. And look, I understand there's a certain level of hypocrisy in what I'm saying, because like I've taken part in unique events that would not come again, and I'm very much a proponent of, you know, games don't have to exist for all time. It's just, you know, in the same breath. In the same breath, Sword Art Online is a bad game. Isn't that right, Tiny Burger? And the soda to go with. It's not even a Baja Blast. Okay. Alright, what have you done? Okay, nothing for right now. If our little person can stay awake for a bit, can send Shade a little bit of the old special something. Gimme that sauce. That's it. I'm getting a Baja Blast. You're welcome. Oh shit, if you all didn't see, when you have a sec, cast your eyes into Galley Cantina and scroll up to look at the homemade cheesy gordita crunches that Jess made.
Oh, you're missing nacho cheese sauce.
Okay, we're missing the nacho cheese sauce. I didn't mind it.
It needs to.
But we got actual Baja sauce. The it's basically like a Taco Bell special spicy ranch. Oh. And it's fucking great. I drowned my tacos in it, and it was gorgeous. Okay. Give me that door 2, level 3. Now you can have a little snooze, mate. I love beans. A longship ARG. There we go. Baja does sound better than Spranch. It does. Also, was it Brist? It's like a lemon lime Sprite competitor that sounds eerily close to Brisk. But then out here in the US, you can get a soda that's just called Squirt. Irony is dead.
Okay, but that is a good thing.
Alright, a level 1 recording from any door. Legally distinct iced tea. Yeah. I've got 3 cans left of the Arizona iced tea energy drink in the fridge, and they fucking scare me. Alright. But yeah, I was like jumping back. With a lot of the unique events that I've done. Oh no. Oh shit. Hold that thought. Fuck. Oh good. You'll want a lawn chair? It's fine. So, as I'm sure you've gathered, the place we find ourselves in is not normal. And in some of these rooms, we find ourselves in these little liminal bad times. And it seems that if we want to get out of this liminal bad time, we have to complete a puzzle. Yay! You know what it is? One of my favorite horror games of all time is not very good. The Call of Cthulhu, I think it's just called the Necronomicon. It's a point-and-click adventure game set in, Lovecraft's New England. And it is one of the slowest fucking games I've ever played. You've got not quite missed-tier puzzles, but some real, fuck you head-scratchers. And it's not just, moon logic, it's mythos logic. But it is so slow. By the time you're actually down there in the deep of the nightmare itself. Right, 2 more pieces. The dread has been building for so much of the game that, all that 4 hours you spent at the beginning trying to navigate a lock in a weird New England house seems almost jubilant in its actionist gameplay. This is able to do the same thing. I don't know what it's going to pull on me. It has done no jump scares. It has only creeped us out. And it's still making us do, the menial tasks of. Like, if and when... Oh. Yo! Yeti, you fucking ledge!
It's so cute!
Yeti got the Gremlin 8th anniversary notebook. You fucking legend.
It's so cute.
Okay. Wait, that was my Steam icon! That was the little lad. Okay. Yeah, so at random intervals, you can get pulled into any one of these fucking places, and it's fine. It's fine. Sometimes the recordings have creepy sounds on them and stuff. It's let me check my notes here. Really fucking unsettling. This. That's what Chaunerus was warning me about. If you tip the bin over, the rubbish spills out. I fucked up. Should go down and check on the recordings though. Matey Boy wanted like any level 1 recording? So email, fuse, focusing work. Any level 1 recording from any door. So sound analyzer. Oh, you're not done yet? Goida. Oh, sent me a soda. And the creepy person. Yeah, the SCP Infinite Bin seems to be the largest one. And again, friends, if you all want to meme this shit up, we can add more posters. I've got poster money now. Okay, so we'll do a level 6, a level 1. Okay, and those are recording live. I wonder. Because like with a little bit of focus, we could absolutely wire up this whole place. Okay, so before we had the spooky shit, what were we talking about? Oh, like fake games and stuff like that. Or like unique events versus like constant events. Sword Art Online is a bad game, not just because of the, unique scenarios, but the unique abilities. Shangri-La Frontier is not perfect. The skill combining system would be so insanely complex and almost impossible to balance that it would be rife for people like Sunraku to work out how to min-max the absolute fuck out of their builds. The theory crafting would be insane. Dot hack would be kind of boring to play. I mean, Dot hack was kind of very much a creature of its time, he said tactfully. I don't think I finished all of the games. I think I got to the end of game 3 and just stalled out. The jump from 2 to 3, I don't know. You know what? If we need resources, we're not taking them from the shite piles in the lobby. But I don't attribute that to a fault of Dot hack. I burnt myself out, like... Ooh, analyzing complete. I was reading the manga, watching the anime, playing the games, and I wasn't experiencing it all as it dropped. So, I kind of went from 0 to 1,000 in terms of binging shit. Okay, so... Selen. Door 6 level 1. Level 1. Start. Okay. Well, so Redbone Dragon, the reason I say that it would be... So you have the skill combinations, then you have the items that imbue additional skills. Like, that's not... Oh, we have that level 3 and that level 3. Okay. Hang on. If I do that... Nothing found. Nothing found. Okay, so we've only found one sound so far, and it wasn't particularly clear, but who knows. Okay. Audio quality, multi-input, network speed and noise cancelling, and then we'll buy some bikers. Okay, so we want to save all, remove all, and then RM all. I love command line shit in games. I'm such a dork for it. Email. Shade. Pay me. Money. Pay me. Okay, firstly, ow, fell on my desk. Secondly, why did it send it to me? To shade, attach file, attach, hey, Munez, plus, send. Yeah, well, the interesting thing about .hack is it was very much a creature of its time, not in a derogatory way, but like a lot of the game design philosophy shit was, you know, taking from the kinds of games we used to make. Okay. Oh, easy now. Put my pillow back. And my Heinz body pillow. And my Gundam mech pillow. Okay. Okay. So we just analysed that. Nothing found. Level 2. Level 4. And start. Oh, we need to order some burgers. One, two, three. And a soda, you know? I'm hungry. Fuck it. Spend some good burger money. Don't appreciate lights being turned off. That creeps me out. Hang on. Why are you out here? You're supposed to be there. And you're supposed to be dead. I got better. Sorry. Someone bloody going around here turning my bloody lights off. Oh, burger's here. I still think that we will win once we kind of master how to do large-scale feeling games for smaller communities in a way that you can have something like a Shangri-La Frontier that's not shared between, you know, 1,000 people per server, but shared between 20 people, or 10, or 5, you know? It was the interesting thing of playing that faux RuneScape game that was, you know... What was noise? You know what? Just going to start some recordings. I'm not going to pay any attention to what the thumping sound was. And our analysis is complete, so let's just get another round of the analyze piece. You know, one of the things that's been really interesting with Blueprints is how some of those puzzles are ARG tier. But because we're playing it as a group game, we're kind of, you know, sharing it. I think that's really cool. And I'd like to see games that incorporate not just that, but also, you know, action, discoverables, unlockables. You know, what you mentioned about people like data mining information from games, that only exists because there's an industry around it. You know, if you have the most information about, I don't know, Warframe, WoW, pick your online experience, people will go to your site. Like, you are financially incentivized to look into a game and be the person who has the most info on it, right? You know what? I'm thinking we'll take those down for our little space downstairs. Got those all recording. Whereas in like a group space environment, like people actually don't. People may want help with something like blueprints, but they don't want the. They don't want the puzzle or the world or things like that spoiled. It kind of flips the script, you know. And one of the reasons why I was so vehemently against NFTs and vehemently against like the whole play to earn is that it changes the experience because it's not about playing the game. It is only about winning because you are financially incentivized on top of, you know, just generally incentivized to always be winning. You know, the bit in Ready Player One where the guy talks about spending his paycheck to buy a special weapon so that he can win and then getting fucking ganked and losing it. I'm just like, that would never fly in any game because that person would never come back. Oh, but it's the #1 game in the world. Not like that, it's not. Oh, but Will, people gamble. Yes. And that's bad. But, you know, gambling is based on this... If you gamble on a horse race, which I hope you don't, but if you do, there will still be a horse race. If you were to do the same thing as a Ready Player One style, like, permadeath game, and you spent a bunch of cash on an item, and then jumped into that lobby, and then just got fucking killed, it's very different. I'll tell you, if we do a watch party thing in the future, it would be very funny to do game devs roast Ready Player One. Okay, nothing found in this one. Alright, level 6. And we'll just send these all over to What's-His-Face all at once. Kind of do them in blocks each day, you know? Oh, new email? Oh. Fuse fixed. I'm not delivering stuff. Recordings are good. That's a good point. There we go. Brighten this place up. Just going to save it again just in case something happens. Well, so Akari... What the fuck? You all heard that, right? I'm not... This game's driving me loopy. Alright. No, so Akari, Project Zomboid, I think, is a much better example of what I hope we could work towards. The problem being is, like, you do still need a dedicated server and the ability to host one, which is not an... That's not something that everybody has access to. You know what I mean? If you weren't hosting it, we wouldn't have the funds to be able to do it. So that does create a barrier to entry, but, you know, something like a Project Zomboid game that has a whole bunch of, like, cool shit hidden in it, like, that's rad. Boyga. Boyga. Oh. Sometimes I just get sleepy. But yeah, something like Project Zomboid, if you could then hide, you know, story and puzzles and things like that for a group to discover and share, would be really cool. Now, abiotic factor's kind of there. Those games are always a little hard because you can end up having a situation where one player kind of gets to experience all of the story beats, and everyone else is just kind of left there being like, oh, boy, sure I'm glad I tuned in to hang out, you know? But they also have a single-player component. But something at a Blueprints tier or Tunic tier puzzle level that comes from things found within Project Zomboid would be fucking rad. And you know what? That's kind of an interesting thing is, for something like Ready Player One to succeed, there would have either had to have been a core game that was really fucking cool, or the hardware that let people access the Oasis would have had to have been so affordable as to be, like, the only option. Like, it's kind of horrifying that the closest we have to it is fucking Roblox. A little scared about getting our operations even higher up in the floorings, but you know, God, these people are filthy. You know, if we keep going down this conversational thread, though, I am going to hit Vermis. On the grand list of creative projects that I would love to do, there are a couple of folks who did some incredible books on stories from Ultima Online. You know, it's more of like a retelling of short stories and things like that. You know, stories that you've heard a bunch of times, you know, people who, you know, found love in Ultima and, you know, relationships and even families started because of it. But then also, like, stories from Inure. But there's also quite a few others. Yeah, Rip Lord British. Shout out to the person who kept his fucking head. I still... okay, I'm going to say it. Even to this day, I still think that Richard Garriott's a fucking coward because he should have let that person keep his head. Imagine the start of the story of Ultima Online is the enigmatic, godlike Lord British welcoming a new wave of heroes to the world, and those heroes killed him. You couldn't ask for a better story jumping off point. Nah, nothing found in that either. Okay. So we send that to Shade. Attach. 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 And attach. Oh, no. Okay. Much money, please. Okay, send. Okay, it did the thing again where it sends it to me. Could you get a level 1 recording from door 12? Sure. Okay, it's a new email to Shade. Attach. 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 And attach. And send. Yes. Kill your darlings, or in this case, kill your OCs. It's just like I said, couldn't have asked for a better... could not have asked for a better jumping off point for like a homebrew story. 10, 4. Sorry, for those of you unaware, so the general plot of Ultima Online wasn't really one. Like, it's a fantasy world. A wizard split the universe into multiple mini-universes, aka shards. And... go, really? hear music and not music that I've put on, which worries me. And that was really kind of it. You know, Ultimate Online had arcs and new areas and expansions and things, but nothing really super special. Okay. Hang on, I need to find where door 12 is and see if I can kind of use this receiver to build like a little chain up through. Got the cash to do it. Okay. Hang on, just need to save it again. Right. Yes. Okay, you can save again in 60 seconds. Okay, well that's fine. Okay. Oh, I tell you what, friends, I am not just for the mildly incoherent banter. I am many, many coffees deep. So I'm going to take a quick little break so I can go and have a massive piss. Unfortunately, I can't leave you in the world with some haunting videos. Or even, you know, the beautiful beans in the background. And you can kind of see a bit of them there. But I will leave you some smooth, too mellow jams. I'll be back in just a sec. Hello, hello. Lyris, thank you kindly for filling the pint glass. I completely forgot that the slug snack counter was up. You all didn't say anything. Guess I just snuck that one past you, huh? Okay. So we got a little bit of time just to have a, I guess, a cheeky save and then a natter. Okay. And hey, we've come a long way in our cool kid operations. Get a little bit more clean and done. So I guess to wrap up conversations and bantermancy, like, it is hard to strike a balance between the disposable and the accessible, you know. If you have an existing online game that has like live active events, you need to do things to keep your audience engaged. I think things that work on a timed operation, you know, something that's available for, 2 weeks, a month, and then gone is... Oh, Orzine, burgers made from fresh farm beef. Fuck yes, I would do that absolute justice. Unfortunately, I have a feeling that you are not super close. I'm just very grateful that Stepagen threw in money so we can do burgs tonight. You know, as I said, the thing I would love to see is with multiplayer games having, puzzles and stories and things that can be unfurled as a group. You know, the games that would take up your Friday night chaos multiplayer sessions, but there's something more. I think that's the secret sauce waiting for some of these, like, if you can take something like Yap Yap, take that like wizardy chaos and then hide some really cool shit in there. I think that might be the next, like, because the thing is, the quality threshold on so many of these games is so fucking high that to stand out from them, you've got to have something special. This place is looking better as well. Mist Online servers. Did they do a Mist Online? Did I hallucinate that? The Mist FPS was quite funny, called Mist FPS. And the Mist comedy game, I think it was just called Pissed. Uru Beyond Ages Mist had an MMO component. Oh, that's cool. You know, and I guess things like Bennett Foddy and the chat room, which could only, at least, till people found workarounds, could only be accessed by other people who completed getting over it with Bennett Foddy and was sitting at that point of, like, finishing the game. I thought that was fucking cool. But right now, you can't guarantee that you're going to have a huge audience on the jump. You've got to have something that can help you catch fire, but also catch fire of its own, you know? Okay. Right. With the analysis complete, let's go on downstairs. I'm going to roll credits in our funky little bedroom. And I will find some cool people to pass you on to, so don't go anywhere. And and I can do Jazz Emu to play us out. So, you lovely Mother Hubbards, it was a really good day and a really good game. I honestly did not think we would get into this, and I did not think that it would consume me for most of this stream, so thank you. I could definitely come back and play a shitload more of this. I have only made it this far, and I am only sitting in this chair because of you lot. You throw in money, and you hang out, and that's why I'm still here, alright? So, for that, absolutely fucking thank you. So, whoever gifted a sub to Hero to the People Dan Jones, you fucking legend, and thank you. Steppagen, thank you for providing money so I can buy food tonight. I'm very grateful. To J-Post, Erriman, Scotty Doggy, PVS, Kari Zero, Dustin, Vanderbeast, Lyris, Simple Chaos, and Angel Kalina. We had a train. We haven't had a train in ages, and it was a fucking good one, so thank you. To the mod team, not just our Rhymes with Moose, but also Caffeine, Nova, and Tal, you absolute legends. And last but by no means least, Heroes to the People, Dan Jones. Thank you for bringing a massive fucking raid in. I now need an excuse to talk more about Voices of the Void. Okay. And Lyris, thank you for the sneak. Alright, let's see who we can pass you all to. Oh, not me, though. Jesus. That's slim pickings. Bear with me just a second. Well, Caffeine, sadly, I'm bringing it all to a close. But yeah, basically, we spent a day playing Beyond the Doors, which is agoraphobic Voices of the Void. Okay. I got two choices for you, friends. I got some food-based banter, or I got some storm chasing. What suits your fancy? Sorry, I didn't realize I hadn't switched it over. I was checking to make sure the outbreak wasn't anything like dodgy or AI filled. Fancy some storm chasing? All right. So me friend Lawrence is currently playing this game, Outbreak. I know it's a larger stream than we usually pile into, but it's slim pickings this evening for raids, and I want to keep it going. So, all right, that's it from me, friends. I hope you have yourself a lovely rest of your evening. Whatever you get up to, feel free to natter about it in Discord. There will be burger photos as burger proof. And yeah, thank you all. There's not really much else to say. Cheers. If you hear creepy noises in your apartment complex, don't worry about it. Just, I don't know, keep recording. Don't worry about it. I gotta find some movies I can put on the in-games roll. Would be very funny to have all of the Baldur's Gate VODs playing in there. Yeah, it's just a game about audio recordings. Even if we did hear creepy children feet rushing about towards the end. Right, you beautiful Mother Hubbards. Let's go annoy Lawrence. And then, yeah, I'll see you all tomorrow for, well, a lot of Natter and then more blueprints, which I'm not obsessed with. Shut up. I am so normal about blueprints. It's actually difficult to be any more normal about it.